Hello, and welcome. Can everyone hear me? And hopefully, is Adafo? Can people hear you
Hello,
too?
everybody. Hopefully, hopefully you can hear us both.
Hey, I just need a moment because I want to change the spreadsheet setup a little bit to make it easier here.
Wow,
So
loud and clear. First time, no audio issues.
that's
That's an
impressive.
accomplishment.
I
Yeah.
mean, we clearly need some other set of technical issues now to compensate for this, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's a hallmark of the stream is to have technical issues before we
Yeah. No.
start.
If we don't have technical issues, like I mean, what are we even doing here, really?
Yeah,
So
that's really the whole point. It's not stuck with the game. It's just to
no,
experience as many problems as
it's
quickly as
entirely
possible.
a technical issue stream, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, what else are we doing here for sure? Uh, so I'm just gonna figure out what I did wrong trying to get things resized. And while I do that, maybe since we didn't get Izadafo last time, maybe if you have anything you wanted to mention from from last time.
Oh,
We had our
yeah.
own little five hour stream, but if there were any cards that you would wanted to highlight or something like that from the new set, or like
Yeah.
what your
I
thoughts were.
I mean, I scrolled through the stream quickly. Turn back off for 5 minutes. Turn back on to Dixon. All right, technicians. Good idea, Debs. CMC. I like that.
What?
To turn my mic off and back on just for 5 minutes to make sure we don't have any tech problems in the future.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's true.
no, I mean, I scrolled through the stream you did quickly. I didn't think, I didn't watch the whole thing from start to finish. But I mean, there were a couple of cards that I think I would, I would be interested in that you didn't like so much. One silver, which was Mason Win.
Oh, that's interesting.
Um,
You were more of a fan of Mason.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's because of the arm. It's a very much an outlier arm rating that I'm giving value to, and maybe you're not,
Oh, that
and
could be.
that could be a source of difference there. Which is, I mean, very realistic of the player. I mean, I don't know if you've seen him play at all, but he has a really good arm. It is pretty impressive. Um, and the other card, I guess, was Adael Amador, who I think is quite a good gold second baseman, and is a switch hitter, and with Espino maybe making righties somewhat playable card. I'm pretty interested in running in gold.
I see. So
I
you're
think
more
those are probably the two
that,
biggest
and
ones
that
that I
makes
disagreed
sense
on.
because I think the places that our models seem to disagree the most is on like how we're valuing defense.
Yeah, to some extent, that does seem to be the case. Which, I mean, it's definitely a black box because I don't think the OOTP stats do that great of a job at capturing it. So there's definitely some you know fiddling you got to do.
Right.
Probably everyone does slightly different fiddling.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I think this was enough time to get the technical stuff worked out. So sorry about
Great.
that sort of thing I should have done before the stream, and I knew I forgot something, right?
Yeah, well, I guess that was our tech issue for the day. So we
Yeah,
got
it's
that out of
it's
the way.
always important that we have at least one, I think. Okay, so what we thought we would do is to just kind of look through some of the different tournament format. Okay, that's a good point, D Dempsey. There are also 256 team tournaments, I guess. So it's I probably should add a version of that as well, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I guess so. There's only a few of those. Um,
Yeah. But that's true. But it does actually matter.
it
Is that
definitely does matter. Um,
yeah?
definitely does matter.
So it is harder to win at 256 for sure. Okay.
Yep.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go through kind of some of the different tournament formats, and really I think on some level what we're trying to figure out is, you know, how do we go about making this game playable? What are the things that are going to get us enough points? I think it's clear that if you want to try to keep up and be competitive, you have to do something that's going to find you. What would you say? How many points per week do you need to kind of really
Um,
remain competitive in this game at the moment?
probably, I don't know, 150 to 200K, probably something like that.
I think I would guess even a bit more if you're trying, because for example, if you're trying to really compete at the high end of league play or something, I don't even necessarily mean perfect league, but just you want to be toward the top end of your diamond league each week. I think you want to be in a position where, say, you're going to complete the A-Rod mission the week it comes out.
Well, I mean, with Spotlight Packs, ideally, I think you should have been trying to complete the A-Rod mission the day it came out.
That's actually probably true also. But to do that, you had to have, what? I think I still needed maybe 300,000 points on hand to be able to finish it.
Yeah, I had every Featured Legend 1 going into it, and it cost me, I think, about 250K, but I didn't lock my Perez or Henderson.
Okay, and I
So
think,
I could've saved a little
I
bit.
also had all the Future Legend 1 coming in, except for there were one or two I skipped. Apparently I forgot about Dre, one of the classic mistakes.
Yeah. I don't know, that's I don't know, he's someone we want to go into on this stream.
But but the point is, so for example, let me look in my Diamond League this week and just see how many A-Rods there are.
Yeah, well, I think we're actually in the same one this week, which is sort of amazing.
Oh, did we? I'm going to be honest. I have not actually put any effort into league play this week, but
I ran my exact same build in Perfect, which is, I'm sure, much worse than
I
Diamond.
ran almost my exact same build, except I decided to sell a couple of the key cards because I'm kind of giving up on stuff. But apart from the couple key cards I sold, although someone pointed out to me that I was running Sebi Zavala at catcher, and I thought that was a little extreme.
Yeah, that one doesn't seem ideal.
Looks like, I think, if I'm counting correctly, is that 10 A-Rods? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, I think this is probably maybe slightly above average Diamond League, but not a lot, I guess.
Can't be an above average league if it's got us in it.
I guess, yeah, that's true. Failing to do well in Perfect.
But if you've got 10 at this stage, then by the end of the week, it's probably going to be at least 15.
Yeah,
so that means that essentially almost every playoff team, almost every playoff team is going to have A-Rod as an example.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's maybe the time to bring it up, but last week in Perfect League, there were 6 Ken Griffey Juniors, neither of which belonged to us,
right.
And all 6 of them made the playoffs. Which is, that's not going to happen every week, but
card quality does matter. Yes.
Yeah, having the good cards is important.
So if you're,
you can you can build around some of them, but something like Koufax or Griffey are just so good, you sort of you can't build around them.
And sure, there is short-term luck that can dominate in the playoffs. It's harder to use that in Perfect League because now it's 12 teams instead of 16 that make the playoffs. So you still have to get there.
I mean, I think the way that I look at it is kind of like, we had 6 Koufax teams and 6 non-Koufax teams, Griffey teams make the playoffs and 6 non-Griffey teams make the playoffs. So the odds of a Griffey team winning versus the odds of a non-Griffey team winning are relatively equal, but the odds of it being your specific non-Griffey team winning are not good.
Yeah, I mean, people do win the lottery, but that doesn't mean it's a positive ROI.
Right.
Although,
well, except for some lotteries when they screw up, then it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, at some point I should tell you a story about what a group of us used to do in Boston when I was in grad school.
Oh, is this the roll down one?
Yeah, it's possible that I was part of. I don't know if it. I think the various statutes of limitations have expired.
As far as I understood, nothing there was illegal, but maybe I'm not right about that.
The things that involved crossing state borders to Maine were dubious at best.
Okay, all right, yeah, we'll leave it at that, I guess.
But those were only theoretical things.
Right.
Maine
was part of Massachusetts, 100 years ago, so that's more than 100 now, I guess, probably 150, 200.
A little longer, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, but in the interest of avoiding admitting to any crimes on stream, didn't think
You've
of
never
going
been
there
to Maine.
today. Yeah. Um, no, never been to Spain,
Okay. Oh, Spain.
but I kind of like the music.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I did say Maine earlier, but you know,
Yeah.
never mind. All right. Someone will get the reference. Anyway, the point is, if you want to keep up with the pack, then right now the game is costing, probably a few $100,000 a week, and you
Right.
have to
Yeah. I
find a
mean,
way, and so you have to find some way of generating a few 100,000 points a week. Uh, if you're someone that kind of wants to save the time generating them and buying points, that of course that's a way in. But for people that are not going to buy a few 100,000 points a week, anything you're not buying, you've got to find a way to generate with your gameplay.
right. I mean, like, just sort of put it in perspective. If we're saying that we kind of think you need, let's say, 250K a week, that's probably
Yeah,
I
sure.
think that's probably high. But
Sure. It's probably a little higher,
Sure,
but
you know,
let's say
you-
250.
you're spending something like $150 a week just to kind of keep up. You're going to make some of that back on achievements. You make 25K on achievements or whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
But you're spending a not insubstantial amount of money to keep up. Like $600 a month is not nothing.
Yeah, definitely.
By
And,
any
and
means.
I think this is part of what the limited edition cards have meant, is that you end up having to, they're encouraging people to, find ways to generate enough points to spend on, rare but extremely strong cards that are rare enough to keep them expensive.
Yeah.
And to be able to have those points on demand because, for example, even if you had close to unlimited points right now, it's not clear you would be able to find a Koufax.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question how big the bite would have to get before someone would actually sell their Koufax. I don't know that there is a number, maybe, but
well, I
if
mean,
it's certainly.
I mean, one way to say it is that there's a last 10 on Ichiro, and I don't think anybody would buy Ichiro over Koufax.
I cannot imagine that. Yeah.
So if the last 10 on Ichiro is over 2.5 million, then something north of that for Koufax if you were able to buy one loose.
In fact, there are more Ichiros than Koufax.
That is true as well. Yes. I will say that the one malicious thing I really want to do if I have like unlimited points is I want to take a 10 copy LE and buy all of them.
I'm actually, it would be sort of interesting if they put a Koufax that may have left the game by some means up for open auction right now, how much it would go for.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and that's the other thing is that one of the things about kind of the limited edition cards is because you don't know when they're going to drop. There's also this requirement to have reasonably liquid points in large numbers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if your points aren't liquid, then you may not be able to get the card you want because you've invested in some other kind of spec.
Especially if perfect packs are released at the same time.
Yeah. So anyway, I think the point is, if you're trying to find a way to kind of compete, so how are we going to earn, let's say, 1 million points a month on top of whatever you're getting for free?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's always the win the lottery option of having extreme pack luck, but that's not a plan.
Yeah.
That's not a plan.
It's not a plan.
Right. So I think we want to value packs based on, kind of what the average is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I think some people have certainly done better work on actually valuing these packs than I have. I just kind of guessed, but I don't know if anyone here has some good methodology for that they're using.
Yeah, I think you can kind of use the auction house, but people have cleaner lists than I do. I have a rough one that I can put together, but there are people, I think Snailman has a list that he's done a good job of pruning all of the non-packables. I haven't done as good of a job of that. Um, but basically, what it means is you need to find a way to win these, and currently, pretty much the only two things that you can do. You can try to do spec. For example, we just had a live spec window. Um, I guess this next live spec window, because they extended the past one, it's going to be a short part of the month and an all-star break, so there may not be as much movement next window, depending on how they do it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, the 31st of July is a Monday. So, we may get it on August 7th instead of July 31st, I guess, which would give an extra week. So it'd be kind of, sort of like 4 weeks of play.
Yeah,
then.
But I think the shorter week plus the all-star break does eat into a bit. But yeah, so there are things like live spec. Of course, that will also end, with the October update.
Right.
So at some point, live spec is no longer out there, and cards are going to keep being released through at least February, we'd expect.
Yeah, generally.
So, a decent fraction of the game, probably over half of the Perfect League trophies, are going to be awarded after live spec no longer exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. See, Snailman does have one that... so maybe we can get Snailman actually to give us his EVs for some of these packs.
Yeah,
and we can,
that would actually be good because we're just going to guess otherwise, I think.
Yeah, so if you've got EVs for the packs that are available here. So I think what we're going to basically ask is, okay, can we win, let's say, 300,000 points a week by investing? So actually, Snailman, if you can just post the numbers, we just wanted to sort of have a value for like the 4 packs you can win in tournaments. Because we're just going to kind of roughly figure out, first off, let's say you play one of these tournaments, what do you expect you can win? And then we're going to go back and use that to ask, okay, well, for each of these tournament formats, what does it actually cost to build a meta roster? And how much of an edge is that? And therefore, what's that really going to be worth?
Yeah.
Right? In other words, the best tournament format is going to be one where you can cheaply build a roster but still get a big edge out of it. And it runs really often. That would be the perfect combination. And has a big prize pool.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess, to give an example from 23, I think that would have been the, what was it, the bronze double elimination, I think it was. The one that was very quick and then 10 packs for winning.
Yeah, that was definitely
sort of like
the highest expectation quick, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Snailman, you can DM me or you can post the values in the chat if you want.
Okay, so in the meantime, while we're talking about those, so let's look through kind of what the different prize options are. So, all right. So essentially, there are 5 different prize pools in the game right now. There are the 3-in-1, kind of 16 team quicks. There are 32 team quicks that give you 5 3-in-1. There are 64 team dailies that either give you 3 diamonds, 2 historicals, 1 historical, and a gold, or choice packs. And then there are finally the larger weeklies that give you a perfect choice pack at the top.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess the thing to say about the weeklies versus the choice pack dailies is the weekly is a choice pack daily with an extra round that you can win a perfect pack in. So it's basically a free roll. The finals.
Yeah, it's a free roll, except that of course you start with more teams in it.
Right, but I mean, it doesn't. Your odds of winning a historical high diamond choice pack
are identical.
Yeah.
That's right. So weeklies are strictly better than dailies, except that dailies run every day, which is a big difference if you're building for a specific format.
Yes. That of course, I mean, the 256 weeklies, that changes a bit. Everything is halved basically, but yeah, I guess we can get to those.
Yeah, I think that's right. So I was just going to pull up. Why don't I grab a latest version of the card shop as well for this, just so we've got the most up-to-date, info we can on what things cost. But yeah, so for example, let's just go through a few of the. Let's start with the choice packs then. What are they worth?
Yeah,
So
why don't we do that?
The tournament batch 1 and 2. One of the things to keep in mind, there are more tournament batch 1 than 2 cards in most of these formats. So,
yeah, I think that's the case at every choice pack level.
Yeah, and I think it's the most it's the strongest effect for like the perfects and high diamonds, where I think only 40% of the cards in there are tournament batch 2 just on number. But even so, you're always picking the best out of 6. So what we're really asking is, what's a typical answer for the most valuable out of 6? So maybe we can go through. All right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the silvers are pretty homogenized at this point because there's so many of them. So every card basically costs the same, which is what we'd expect to happen with at this point in the cycle. And the golds are probably not that far from that either.
Oh, Snailman actually says that he has a choice pack 1 as well.
Oh.
So we can grab his numbers. So first off, let me just go with Snailman's numbers here for what packs are worth. So he's got the value of a standard pack right now at 1,056 points. So that means for the ones that are just giving standard packs, you can kind of see, what the total value is in the tournament and what it's worth. So we've also added what we're calling sort of the high skill value, which basically comes down to, okay, so let's say, for example, you're playing a 16-team quick. In total, 4 packs are given out. So the average team in that tournament is going to win a quarter of a pack per entry. But we're now thinking about what's the best we can do if we do a really good job of optimizing our build and finding all of the right meta cards and all of those things. So the assumption we're making is that for the quick formats, which are a little bit better optimized, about the best we think you can do is something like twice the expected value. Basically twice the average. For some of the larger formats, it seems like there's a larger edge. And so if you look at how the best teams are doing, it's more like 4 times the expected value. So we're assuming that you get an average like top 25% result. So that means, for example, in one of these dailies or weeklies, you'd be cashing actually half the time, which is probably a little higher than you can really achieve, but we're trying to kind of get a reasonably, optimistic answer.
Yeah. I mean, I know like Aster did a really good job last year of tracking all of the kind of weekly and daily results, and I think the sort of top teams were winning about 2.5% of the weeklies they entered.
Yeah, and so here we're actually assuming you can get up to like 3%.
Yeah.
So this is probably a little bit. You think we should move the number down a little here?
It's probably fine. I mean, it varies a lot based on the tournament. I mean, there are some of these tournaments are a lot. You can get a lot more edge because the cards are really expensive, and you have the cards that are expensive. You'll do really well, and some of them you can't get that much of an edge in.
Yeah. Okay, but if you think this is overly optimistic, should we say like top? Probably, you want me to say like top 30%, top third?
I think a quarter is probably fine. Let's be optimistic.
All right, we're going to assume that we're so this is probably more than is reasonable then.
Probably, but it's all right. I mean, I suspect there are formats where you could get that kind of an edge, especially in some dailies that fill very slowly and get some relatively weak teams filling them out.
Okay, that sounds like a reasonable plan. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to optimistically assume that we're good enough to get 4x, even though 4x, I don't know that there's anybody that's able to do that consistently. So, it's
probably.
Yeah.
It's also this year there's kind of this balance between, intentionally playing some lower EV tournaments to try to call for PTCSs. So, you have to make some decisions there. Because, if you want to qualify for iron or bronze, you have to queue for many hours.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
There's definitely a balance.
So, assuming we make this work, all right, so what are our values here? So, hot off the Snailman presses, standard pack, 1,056 points. That's the only pack right now that's plus EV, with the exception, I suppose, of if Spotlight packs, now that they're out of shops, probably they would become plus EV pretty quickly if you magically had some. So
Yeah,
clearly the answer
certainly.
is buy your Spotlight packs and wait to open them or something.
Or just don't sell the cards. That would also.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of, yeah. All right, gold pack right now, 25.30. Historical pack. So still you're losing a little bit in the shop. Historical packs, even though the price has come down a lot, they're still only giving you about 4,300 points. So still not good value. Diamond packs, about 9K. So that's what we're getting, for the pack tournaments. For the choice packs, so right now, go ahead, yeah.
The thing to note, I think, with this Diamond Historical is that these pack dailies, the reward for finishing first is enormous. I mean, we're saying basically it's worth 27K to finish first and only 8K to finish second.
Yes, yeah, it's a big difference.
It's a very big difference.
So one question: is it better to play the pack ones or the choice pack ones? Well, assuming they were equally difficult, let's take a look. So, so silver pack, choice pack right now, about a little under 5K.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Gold about twice that. So, again, just sort of better tier for tier. The low diamond is now about 29K for a combined choice pack, and high diamond about 39. So the prize pool for the choice pack tournament is actually almost double what it is for the others.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, you asked about silver packs. We were just going for the ones that offer, or offered as prizes, but a silver pack is about 15.30. So a silver pack is not a good deal as an upgrade over a standard pack.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing we can say at this point, a lot of these dailies that have been struggling to fill, in particular the OTP era cap, the live cap, the daily open high cap, I believe, are all pack dailies.
Yes.
And that probably has not helped them. But at the same time, if you kind of flood choice packs, then the prices drop.
The choice packs
quickly.
Drop exactly.
So there isn't really a good solution to it, other than to bump the prices of the.
The solution is that the cards that come out of choice packs have to be valuable for more than just mission value.
That would help. You could also, I think, probably bumping the pack dailies to like 3 diamond, 2 diamond, 2 historical, 1 historical would help a bit.
A little bit, yeah.
But even then, it's a bit short.
Okay, and then the perfect pack is going to be really highly dependent on which perfect you get, because there are still a handful that have enormous value. But if you don't hit one of those handful, if you hit a Bancroft or you hit a Pollitt, that's where most of your value comes from. And the odds of hitting one of those are, each about 20%. There are 31 options in a perfect choice pack that's combined.
Right, and yeah, I mean, it's interesting to note that we still have what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the new TB2 perfects that have not sold yet, which probably means they will be worth very little.
They will be worth very little, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Snailman number here is about 300,000. I'm guessing
most of that coming from when you.
I think that's probably too high because that's a last 10, but every one of the tournament perfects right now is going for under last 10.
Yeah, I mean, we have right now, the 3 Bancrofts up, all, pretty substantially below the L10. There were some Pollitts up below L10 the other day.
Yeah, well, it's just because they're choice packs. So if only a small number of them are strongly desirable, then that's kind of
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the price will start dropping very quickly as soon as the Be any amount of
So
supply.
I think if we knock it down a little bit for what's actually on the auction house, maybe it's about what should we say, 250K is maybe a better.
Um, yeah, that's probably.
Here,
I mean, the thing is that the variance is so enormous. Like the variance in the perfects is way bigger than anything else. Like the silvers, I mean, you can look on the auction house. Basically, every silver costs within a very small range,
Yeah,
and some of
so
these perfects, the
let's
difference is
knock this down a
huge.
little bit. But you see, it doesn't make a huge difference in kind of what the prize pool's worth. Um, you know, so what this kind of says is that a 256 team tournament with the perfect pack at the top is basically worth about what a 64 team is. But if you can get an 128, it's about twice as good, which makes sense because you just get the extra thing at the top.
Right.
Okay, so that's what our packs are actually worth, right?
Yep.
With that in mind, and actually, let me do that as well. Let me just put that up here. Hold on. Whatever I just did didn't actually show on stream, did it? That's
It's
fine.
not.
All right. Well, that's fine. So with that in mind, what I was thinking is we could just go through the different tournament formats and kind of see what we've got here. So let's start just as an example. Maybe iron. Let's start with a few of the quicks and just ask kind of what works.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, iron quicks.
Right. So we got an iron quick, right? So this one's a quick. So let's say you just wanted to spam iron quicks, and that is the thing that you're optimized for, right?
Sure. I guess we should probably
play per week.
We should probably decide now if we're going to assume that the fourth PT Plus slot is there or not, because that's obviously going to make a pretty big difference here.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, I guess we're sort of estimating anyway. Let's suppose that you just spam iron, right? Yeah, because you could always multiply the EV at the end.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So let's just say you're spamming iron.
On 3 slots. Okay.
Each tournament, you're not cashing in everything, but you're probably going to spend a couple hours per tournament if you're playing like 32 team quick, right?
Yeah. Well, this one I actually have real numbers for. So.
You've actually tried it. Okay.
Well, I just have it's very approximate, but it's sort of close. So you're gonna, if you have, what do we want to assume the game winner is? Let's say 55% game win rate, because that's probably about as good as you're gonna do. Then it looks like these are 16 teams.
These are 32,
I believe. Oh, these are 32s. Okay, right. Then you'll spend about 2.5 hours.
Okay. So let's say 2.5 hours per. So let's say an hour per slot per tournament or something, right? Divide by the number of slots. So if you're willing to sit in front of your computer 15 hours a day spamming them, you could probably get to 15 as an absolute max, right?
Per day, yeah, something like that.
So absolute max would be like 100 a week.
Yeah.
If you're really spamming, probably that's stretching it. Let's say maybe 80 is about reasonable.
Yeah, I guess we can always bump it up if we need to.
And what we're calling cap number here, this is the number that like the Christophorus and Durden and Aster Stream kind of is introduced for just how many full cards do you get. So for a cap, for example, it's how many of the highest possible card are you allowed to fit in. So here, it's just a 26-man roster. Okay, if you're running Iron Best of 7, this one just, kind of judgment, what is the single most important card that you need to succeed in Iron Best of 7? I think we're both going to come out to the same answer for this one almost immediately.
Yeah.
I'll let you go first. You get to look smart on this one, but I think we're both going to
Well,
have the same
the
answer.
C card here is Jeff Mathis, who I think may come up once or twice on this stream.
Yes, yeah, I think
Um,
Mathis is clearly the most important card to have right now for this format. I've got him, something like 4 wins better than your next best starting catcher.
yeah, something like that. It's really a lot.
Um,
Um,
Now, unfortunately, if you want a Mathis, this is one of the reasons that Iron's just become a lot more expensive recently. Because if you want a Mathis, Mathis is actually about 66,000 right now.
right, and actually, doing the mission would cost even more. I don't know that you'll be able to buy Mathis at the auction house. Doing the mission, it's probably going to cost. I think at this point, the silver's going for like 20K, so it's going to cost more like 80K probably to do the mission.
So when I combine that, so I actually just wrote a little bit of code to go through it and try to figure out, kind of what does it cost, right? So right now, if you want to run your absolute perfect best, team, I mentioned Mathis costs 66,000. The rest of the team costs basically zero.
Yeah.
So your cost is about 66,500 points in order to assemble just absolutely your best possible Iron roster. There are a few other key cards I see people are mentioning in chat. Jimmy Ryan's a nice card. The Iron Lou's a nice card. We're just trying to get a sense of is there what's the single most important card to success in this tournament. And in Mathis, you're basically, getting a diamond catcher for Iron cost.
Yeah.
So
it's a good card.
Yeah. Okay. The other thing we did is we then kind of compare. So we essentially asked, what is the difference between essentially like the total WAR that you get from running the best possible team? And this will probably make more sense when we go to the higher tier ones, where it's not so cheap to get all the cards. But just what happens if you run kind of a mediocre team? So for the mediocre team, what we did was we picked around the 5th best card at every position, and just sort of said this is going to be some kind of baseline for what could you assemble more cheaply or something like that. So assembling,
right, it's sort of what's out of the meta kind of.
Yeah. So, but cards you're still going to run into because not everyone is running all the meta cards.
Right.
So assembling, kind of your tier 2 roster in Iron right now costs you 1,400 points.
Which is basically the same as the cost for the top team, just with no Mathis.
With no Mathis, yeah. Well, actually, most of those 1,400 points are because I'm just taking all of the cards kind of in that 5th to 10th tier and averaging them together. And there's a 17K Luzinski in there that's part of the average, which throws it off. Otherwise, I think it would be 500 points.
Right.
But we're trying to get simple methodology, just to get an idea of what's doable. So essentially, if you're a whale in this tournament, you're getting to spend an extra 60,000 or whatever. And what does that give you? That gives you about 22.5 wins over for the best team over the middle one. This is WAR over a 600 game sample. So all right, with that in mind,
I assume we mean 600 plate appearances, not 600 games.
Sorry, yes. Basically, what this was sort of roughly what you'd get over
full
a full
season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're about a 22 win better team. So that would correspond, let's say that puts you 11 games over 500 or something like that. Right. Yeah. And the other,
so then
the others would be 11 under. That actually is your sort of 55% win rate that you were talking about.
Yeah, which is, you can do better than that occasionally, but quicks, which are pretty optimized, that's sort of about as good as you can do usually.
Yeah. Okay, so since we always give our tier grades, where would we grade this on first off accessibility? Normally
it's very
I love Iron.
accessible.
Normally it's an S tier thing. The problem is Mathis, and Mathis I think is enough of a problem that we'll see if there are better options, but this is probably no longer the easiest entry point if you're just looking to cheaply get involved in something.
It may still be the easiest. The thing is that I think basically for most people, the first thing you should do on a new account is to go get Jeff Mathis.
That's also
because
true.
he plays in every league. He plays in every format. He plays in everything. I mean, it's sort of just like the card.
Yeah.
So it's probably still an A because you do have to find these silvers and the diamonds that are pretty pricey.
Yeah, it's probably an A or a B. It's not worse than that. But so let's give it an A for accessibility. How big is your edge? Not huge.
Not huge. I mean, yeah, it's mostly just Mathis.
Right. So I think your
That's
edge.
basically
This
the
is
edge.
going to be probably. It's not quite an F tier in edge because there are teams that don't run Mathis, but it's probably like a D tier.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Hold on. What should I do for these columns? I should clearly center them. You know, it's probably about a D tier for the edge. Okay, so what is your high skill? Like, what is your value if you're playing high skill? Well, let's see. It's 3-in-1 standard. So what this says is if you do nothing but span iron for a week, we think you can get about 40K a week out of it. And that means if you invest in your Mathis and just spam nothing but iron to get the points back, you're going to make your points back in about like 1.5 weeks.
Right, which is, yeah.
Which on the one
Not,
hand is it's really good as an investment. The problem is if all you're doing is spamming irons, you're only getting about 40K per week. So that basically means you have no hope of keeping up with the meta. So Andy was Luke. This is kind of what we were saying earlier. So the first thing we did was to look at the value of packs and to say, okay, given in this case that a standard pack is worth a little over 1K, there's about 4,200 points worth of value. There's about 10K worth of value in one of these 32 team quicks.
So those irons are 5-3-1 though, right? So that should
they
be,
are. So you're right. You're right that I grabbed the wrong format. Thank you.
We do actually have BO5 irons that are the 3-1s, but I'm pretty sure those are worse, and you just shouldn't play them.
Yeah, I think you should play the 7s.
Yeah.
So we looked at the value of packs. So there's about 10,000 points worth of total prize pool in these tournaments, divided among 32 teams, and we essentially said if you're really skilled, you should be able to get maybe a 16th of that on average. Basically do twice as well as the average team. And so that's actually 660 points a tournament, so little over 50K a week. So you are going to turn a profit pretty quickly.
Right.
So that's kind of what we're doing. On the other hand, if all you do is spam this the whole week, you're not going to be able to keep up with the meta. Right, just 50K a week isn't enough to do it.
Right.
Let's look at a couple other quick formats real quick for comparison, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first one probably.
Is the iron not best of 7? Is the iron best of 5?
Oh yes, that is true. It's only the best of 5s. All right. Well, it probably,
okay.
It probably doesn't change that much. It's going to put the frequency up a little bit, and the points per tournament down a bit. But I don't think it'll change the overall.
But let's get it right. All right.
Okay.
So it is best of 5. Okay, but we do think you can run probably closer.
So probably you'll play.
Maybe you can play 100 of
more than
instead.
100. I think actually might even be able to play more than 100. But yeah, it's about the same.
No, I don't think it's too many more because the number of rounds that you last is actually about the same.
No, I guess that's true.
It's just that there's no
20
extra round at the end. Okay, so that's the problem with best of 5.
Right.
What if we upgrade to a best of 7? So there is a bronze best of 7, right?
There's a bronze best of 7.
Okay. So again, cap number is 26. So for the bronze best of 7, we can again ask, all right, what is the most important card? So Mathis is certainly up there. I'm not quite sure Mathis is the most important card in bronze anymore. It's close. What do you think? What's the single card for like a bronze best of 7?
Single card. I don't know if I can pick out a single card. Maybe Giolito. If you're gonna pick out one.
Giolito maybe, or even Cal Eldred, because Giolito is easy to get, and Eldred probably is more of a difference maker in terms of like the distinction between teams.
Yes. Yeah, I mean every other bronze card. Basically, there are 2 expensive bronze cards, which are Mathis and Eldred.
Yeah. So probably Eldred, because of the limited edition bit. Probably Eldred's the bigger differentiator, maybe.
Um, I don't know. I mean, I think probably both Mats and Eldred are pretty important for bronze.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which one you'd rather be missing. All right, which one do you want to put up here? I'm not sure it's critical.
No, we can leave Eldred just to highlight some other cards, I guess. Mathis is going to come up again, so
Mathis
we
is
can
going to
give
come up again for sure.
You can give Cal a turn in the
Give
spotlight.
Cal his turn. All right. Give Cal his turn in the spotlight. So now, if you want to put your optimal roster together, now it's not clear to me you can get Eldred anymore. So it's almost certainly a stale last 10, right?
Yeah, I suspect that you'll have to pay quite a lot for Eldred at this point.
But, assuming it were available, it would cost you about 126K. And the gap between that and kind of a B tier team is also not as big, actually. Not quite as big in Iron. So it's a little bit flatter. There aren't, because remember in Iron there are a few cards that just have these extreme shapes. So the difference between Dave Kingman and the other Iron third baseman, is enormous. But now when you're kind of doing the same thing in Bronze, there seem to be more options. So because of that, it's a little bit smaller edge, let's say 20 WAR. All right, so where does that put accessibility for you?
Well, I think it's a lot lower than Iron because you don't need, but I mean, you really would like to have an additional 75K card probably that you can't acquire. So I guess it's probably like a C or something.
I think it's probably a little better. I mean, I think
maybe a B.
We're going to see. I think we're going to see some difficult one. I think it's at least like a B plus still, compared with some of the things we're going to run into.
Yeah, I guess that's true. For some other stuff. I mean, the thing is that for many years now, I mean, my advice to newer players has always been play Bronze because I feel like Bronze is the lowest level where you can actually get a good understanding of how the game works. Iron is very different than every other format, I find.
Yeah, I think so.
And Bronze is much more similar.
And I think it's unfortunate. I mean, to me, this has been part of the problem. And we're going to talk about this later on also, that, some of these low-tier LEs, I think, are much more damaging for new teams trying to make it work. If you don't have a Griffey, that's frustrating for players like us that are hoping to compete in the league. But
yeah.
It's actually, in many ways, more difficult to compete if you don't have some of the 40 overall LEs that do unique things in some of the cap tournaments.
Yeah.
Because they play in all the cap formats.
Yeah, I mean, I think we I don't know what we gave Letty Randall, but it should have been higher.
Yeah.
For sure. That card is really good.
Yeah, I think in retrospect that's clearly an S tier card. I don't remember whether we figured that out when it was released. So I think the edge here probably is also like a D. It's just not, there's just not a big edge.
Yeah, not a big edge, definitely not. Certainly not compared to some other stuff.
And as far as the value, now this is one that, has the 531, right?
Yep.
Okay. That's what I was looking for. Hold on. Is that actually right? That these come out the same? Yes, it is. Huh.
Okay. Well, sure.
I'm just double checking. I don't have a problem with my formula. Nope. Oh yeah, 80 times 660 is 52,800. Yes, it is. Right.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
All right. So actually, it's but of course it's going to take you more time to profit because there are two big cards you need instead of one.
Right. The problem, of course, is that you probably. I mean, I don't know if you could buy an Eldred right now. Right now there are no Eldreds up for sale. There's someone who's willing to pay $60K for it and has not gotten one.
Yeah, one of the best decisions I made with Spec was buying multiple Eldridge right when they dropped. But I'm now out. I don't have any extra to sell. So apparently I should have waited. I could have got even more.
I guess we just keep talking them up, and price will
it's a good card.
It is a very good card.
It's still a very good card. All right, let's keep going. So there's a Silver Quick as well, right?
I guess one other thing I'd say on Eldred is. I think Eldred is much more likely to fall out of the meta than Mathis is.
Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine the card that's going to knock Mathis out of the meta.
Yeah. So if you can only choose one, I would certainly buy Mathis for that reason at least. Plus, he plays in a million more tournaments.
It's tough because I think it would be Eldred for me still, because I can buy Mathis more cheaply later. Eventually, there will be enough of him in the game.
Yeah, that's fair. I just feel like if you're going to play a lot of different kinds of formats, Mathis is going to make nearly every roster you play.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's a really good card. All right, so how about Silver? So again, Silver, same type of format. What's your key card here? I still have Mathis, of course, as the best catcher in Silver, but the gap's come down quite a bit. So he's.
I don't know that there's really a single key card for Silver. That's a tough one. Maybe Robin Roberts.
Yeah, I was going to say. I think for me, Robin Roberts is probably the single most important card here still, which is nice because it's not a super expensive card, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think his L10 is like 2 or 3K. I think.
Well, I guess okay. I have an L10 of 4K, but I don't think you're going to make him through the mission instead.
Yeah, and you'll do it more cheaper than that.
Because most people just aren't going to sell the Silver card partway through.
Yeah.
Okay. So to assemble a full roster here, like just full build everything, I've got it around 184K. I'll just start rounding the numbers for the big ones because I'm clearly not.
Yeah, we're not doing an exact measurements here.
And Mr. Black said his cost 175K, so that's very much in the ballpark of what we were talking about.
Yep, that seems about right. I mean, a lot of it, like it says, Nolan Ryan has cost 25K or whatever it is.
Yeah, there are a bunch of cards that start to add up. I think Mathis is still probably the single most expensive card in the format.
Probably, yes.
Probably. And you can build like a B tier roster, but it still will actually cost you like 40K to build a decent B tier roster because most of these are historical Silvers that each cost a couple K.
Yeah, it's just a lot of 1, 2, 3K Silvers.
With that said, I think this is the toughest format to squeeze anything out of that we've seen so far. I'm only getting a 15 war advantage here.
Yeah, Silver is tough.
Just because the gap between the best cards and the next best cards isn't as big.
Yeah, the Silver meta also has not changed a lot over time. It's been pretty stable for probably 2 months now.
Yeah, so I think this one gets an F. This gets an F for the edge that you have. There's
definitely an F for the edge.
Right. So when we talk about the high skill value here, probably this is an overestimate. I don't think you can actually hit twice value for this one. In fact, let's cut this a little bit. Yeah. Let's cut that a little bit.
Well, that
would be a typo. Yes. Let's try that again. Accessibility. I think this is certainly on the accessible side. It's more accessible than Silver last year for sure, simply because there are all these other options.
Yeah. I think it might even actually be more accessible than Bronze because you don't have to pay for Eldred anymore.
I agree. I think it's probably an A for accessibility.
Yeah.
But an F for edge, and I guess the two things are going to go together.
Yep. You really would like to have both.
For all of these, though, if you're spamming them, you're probably not making what we need to per week. So let's go on. Next, we've got a gold, and that's by far the most popular quick that people are spamming.
Yep.
There are actually 2 gold formats, right? There's a best of 7 and...
Yeah, I think the best of 7 we can probably skip because I don't think really anyone's playing those.
I think they're just clearly a tougher format. So let's look at these because these are sort of your best choice. Where, so how many of these can you play per week? I know it's a lot, but I don't know if anyone in the chat that actually spams them has a number on that.
It's probably like 400. Something like that.
I feel like it can't be 400. So you still have to queue, and you're still hopefully going to last a couple rounds. You're looking at let's say 35 minutes per tournament, right?
Yeah, so I mean, if you're playing 15 hours a day, it's half an hour. So you're playing 30 per slot, it's 90 per day. That's like that would be like 600.
All right. So
You're
maybe you
you're
really
probably not
can't
playing
hit.
that much.
You think
You can get in a lot of these if you just spam them, and they fire really fast.
They do fire really fast for sure. So maybe you can reach 400 a week.
Yeah, I suspect. I mean, you probably can play more, but I don't think we're trying to, sitting in front of your computer 15 hours a day clicking the Q button for gold DoD does not seem like a thing that most people are doing. So
yeah, I'm not sure it's so. Yeah, I'm not sure that's the one I really. All right, let's say 400, and plus a little bit of
it might be more, but yeah.
That would actually be a fun challenge for the Discord. All right, I think there's a challenge we should issue to the Discord.
The no sleep challenge?
So, one of the things I keep forgetting to do is to ask the OTP devs about the possibility of giving away packs. Someone please remind me when we're off stream, and I'll do that. But I think if we want to issue someone a weekly challenge, the weekly challenge should just be who can play the most gold DoD in a week, and make that the pack giveaway.
Also known as who can sleep the least.
Well, I guess if you keep losing in the first round, you can probably win that, but of course you're not going to win any packs.
Yeah.
So, how much does gold cost in points, Trillion? We're getting to that. Okay, so again, modern.
Mr. Black, I don't know if we want to touch that topic.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Modern era. Let's see. So, what is the key card for gold at this point?
That's
I'm
interesting.
not sure there's one single critical one, but all right, if you had to pick one.
I had to pick one card for gold.
Actually, I've got a strong contender now.
It might be Tyler Clippard, honestly.
I was going to say I think it's the new Daniel Espino, and the reason is because it's finally a right-handed starter that can fit that meta.
Yeah, it could be Espino. I don't know. I think it might be Clippard, actually. Especially in Do or Die.
That's true, actually. In Do or Die, probably Clippard. Yeah, I think that's probably right. If there's one card you're missing.
Yeah, Trout maybe. Trout's another option.
Except that Trout, again, hits righties instead of lefties.
Well, Trout hits both of them pretty well.
Yeah.
It would be Votto if there were righties.
Absolutely would be Votto if there were righties. Maybe it's Clippard. He's also a righty out of the... All right. Sure, we'll highlight Clippard here. Why not?
Yeah.
There's not a really big key card. Okay, so what does it actually cost to build your gold roster? Again, the prices are going up because these are now gold cards, and there are a few sort of expensive things in the meta here. Like if you're running that Votto, he's 24K. Even the Build-A-Lineup, the Build-A-Lineup chipper is still 23K. Some of the starters are in the 10K range.
Yeah, and you got
that's got to be a typo, right?
There's a couple of these new Future Legends.
I'm seeing the last 10 for Johnny Antonelli at 22K.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. So let's just knock 15K off of whatever the number is, I guess.
Did somebody just try to...
I suspect there was some shenanigans.
Okay, that
doesn't seem like a normal price.
That's a lot to pay for Mr. Antonelli.
And it's a good card.
He is a good card, but
Well, yeah, especially there are a bunch of sell orders up below that, so I'm pretty confident saying that is not a real.
But it's not. But it's not a data error, right? That I have the last 10 recorded correctly. It's just okay. So there's a new baseball team out there.
Yes.
Everyone wants to copy the original. All right. So I get about 356K for your absolute, S tier build there. You can build a B tier team for 113K.
Yeah. Again, this is probably including Mathis, so.
Yeah, I wonder. I wonder. Actually, should we track the B tier team also?
Yeah, that might be interesting to do. I mean, we're probably sort of accounting for that in our kind of accessibility
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
grade.
All right.
But
That's fine. We won't try to keep the number then, I guess. Um. Well, sure. All right. Let's.
yeah, we can stick it
I'll
in.
just add a column here.
It can't hurt.
Cost. B tier.
I guess maybe even more useful is a cost difference, but I guess it's the same number really.
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to get it to. All right. So for iron, that was what? It was like 1,000. I'll find the numbers in a second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The people saying Colson Montgomery. I think if there were righties, Colson Montgomery would be a pretty good contender for an important gold card. Without the righties, I still like him a lot, but I think it's a less important card.
Yeah. So I was put a couple, roughly what does it cost? And again, this is the average of all of the cards that are being run. So there are some expensive cards that are being run that are getting averaged in there just because, they used to be expensive, essentially.
Yeah. Tanner Bybee, I don't think he plays in gold. Yeah, Colson Montgomery makes the roster for sure. Just he's not like critical because there aren't righties. I don't think.
He might. I've been running righties and like backup righties and no lefties, I think. So I'm not running Casas or Montgomery or even Votto, but I will be if Espino enters the meta.
I actually don't think you should be playing. I think Casas is sort of just wrong to play at this point because I don't think he's even the second best hitter. I think like Votto's clearly first, but I don't think Votto's second. Casas is second, so he's sort of fallen out of the meta for me.
Yeah. But I'd rather, what's weird. The one that's weird for me is Kobe Mayo because he has those big reverse splits.
Yeah, I don't love that card so much.
No, but if he had normal splits, I'd love the card.
Yes, but I'm also again notoriously not caring about third base defense. So
fair enough. All right. So anyway, you can buy like your B tier roster. It'll still cost you over 100K, and I think this is the big difficulty with gold. The gap is just 0.
The gap is very small. Yeah, and the thing is that also gold do or die. So many people play it. There's these gold entry fees where you can gather a lot of data quickly. People know what's going on in gold.
Yeah, so I think your edge is like your F- tier.
Oh yeah,
there's no edge here.
Finding edge in gold is very difficult.
The accessibility is actually a little bit lower as well, simply because if you're not well optimized, you're really struggling.
Yeah, no, I mean really in gold, if you don't have something very close to the meta team, you're going to be pretty far behind.
Yeah, so I'm gonna guess it's like a C. It's still only a C because once you go for a meta team, you can afford all the cards you want.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. If you decide to go for it, most people can probably afford to raise enough points to make a gold team if they sell a bunch of other stuff or save it for a week or two. But
okay, so what is the skill value here? It's definitely not nearly what it was even for the Silver Quick because the edge is so much smaller.
Yeah, it's probably like half of the regular, so instead of half instead of 3/4 or something like that, I guess.
Yeah, so let's say something like that. Okay, something like that.
Yeah, Mr. Black. Yeah, so this is the thing is that this 0.5 points of tournament is. Practice tournament is basically a 55% win rate, which is sort of what we generally think you should be aiming for, and basically you can't do it in gold do or die. It's like impossible.
Yeah.
So if you also most people because the game doesn't differentiate the roster to the entry fee, the weekly, and the do or die. I don't think a lot of people actually optimize the roster for do or die. They just stick their best of 7 roster, which is what I do because I don't want to bother managing everything. And so you get even less from that.
The one that also gets to me is they're like 2 weeklies. So the ones where they're 2 weeklies and they have slightly different eras, but they're otherwise the same format is like. It's like the low diamond is the one that drives me crazy.
Yeah, well, that one's a no DH at least, so a little better, but yeah, it's pretty annoying.
So
No, Mr. Audit, we're doing not PT plus, no PT plus for this. So if you have PT plus, just multiply everything by 4/3.
yeah. Okay, so the good news is so far Gold Quicks seem to be the best quick format we found. The
Yeah,
bad news is if you're making 125k a week, it's going to be a pretty fixed 125k a week because you're making it all in standard packs. And I think what we figured out is that that alone is not enough to keep up with the meta. So unless you've got
this.
lottery luck,
I mean, the other thing about these gold do or dies is it requires you to be sitting in front of your computer, clicking a button every 15 minutes for 15 hours a day or whatever it is, which
yes,
is not what most people do. Certainly.
yeah, okay. But in any event, that is the format that looks the best of the quicks. Are there any more quick formats we should
There is
look
a
at?
quick format that I would really like to look at, which I think actually might be better. We'll see. Is the live best of three,
Okay.
which not a lot of people play, but I think actually is a pretty good format.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I
let's
was just trying to get
take a look at that
I was
one.
just trying to load the list real quick of quicks. Um, oh,
There is a
apparently there's a gold that the gold weekly is still trying to fill, isn't it?
no, the silver weekly that fired. The gold weekly is on.
Did the silver weekly fire?
It did finally fire.
Oh, it
Yeah,
did. Not only did
couple
it
hours later.
fire, but I have to update my team for it real quick while we do this.
Just double check mine didn't get reset by the live update.
Mine did get reset by something or other. That's why. Fortunately, I export it so that I can now import real quick, and that will fix it. And I think the only difference is that Eric Davis is like good.
Eric Davis is good. I am playing Mason Wynn. That is the only of the new future loading I'm playing.
I'm playing Jimmy Wynn.
And different spellings too.
Does that count?
Sort of counts. Yeah, lots of fun. You can play Matheson Gold if you want. It's I don't think it's critical, but it is still it's a playable option in Gold for sure.
I think I'm playing him in gold. I think I'm playing him and Hoyles, and I'm letting Hoyles play against righties.
Yeah, I'm playing Hoyles Tettleton because I do like having someone who can hit righties, but Mathis Hoyles is certainly also reasonable.
Yeah.
I think probably one of those three is what you want. Dickey, I would like if there were righties, but there aren't.
Yeah, we as soon as righties get in the meta, like that Votto card, I think when we talked about on stream was the same sort of issue.
Yeah, the thing is, the Votto card is actually, I think, pretty discouraged. Like pretty good reason not to play righties because that card is really good.
The weird one, I feel like that has to be a mistake, but I've been still running Fielder Jones in silver. Is that a horrible mistake or worse than that?
I don't think it's probably horrible. I mean, I'm not playing him. I'm still doing this silly Austin Jackson business because I keep thinking it will work out and it doesn't.
Yeah, because I was trying to figure out if I should drop him for Eric Davis, but maybe Eric Davis is just the Elijah Green replacement instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I want to platoon silver center field, but I want to platoon every other silver position too, so I can't fit all my platoons. And I've just chosen center field as the one not to.
Yeah, well, Fielder Jones kind of does as advertised, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a good reason they don't call him, Hitter Jones.
Yeah, he could be Walker Jones. That would be all right.
No, Walker's in right field.
Oh, okay. You're still playing Walker?
No,
playing
no, I'm not playing Walker anymore. But but I think you could take Walker. Anyway, all right.
Yeah.
I was going to pull up the next format though, right? So
yeah.
Are there any other quicks? That's what I was trying to see. There's.
Yeah.
I was
just
trying to pull that up.
Live BO3. That's I think a good one.
I think that looks like the only other quick, right? There's a quick
open
there's best of 5 for 200 perfect points that we're clearly not touching.
I think we can skip that one.
Somehow 800 of those have run though.
Yeah, that's astounding. that's really shocking that even a single one of those ran, to be honest.
All right, so live best of 3. Okay. So live best of 3. It's a quick. You could probably run. I was going to say you could run a couple hundred a week. Do they fire enough to run a couple hundred a week?
I don't know that they fire enough. They do fire. I mean, we've had 2,500 of them, it looks like. No, probably more, actually, because that number rolls over.
Must have wrapped around, yeah.
So probably like 20, yeah, it's probably 20K. That's probably what it is. I bet they fire a decent amount. I bet you could probably play 150, probably 150.
All right, let's suppose you could play 150 a week. And this is an open live, right?
It is an open live.
Okay. So
Which
open
means
live.
you're going to need a variety of perfect.
So you are gonna. So it's going to be somewhat expensive to assemble, but the good news is it's all points that you get back when you quick sell.
Yes.
Because basically no perfect is going to go for more than the quick sell right now.
Right. Yeah, I mean, perfect's almost never, unless they're in a mission. The lives basically all go for pixel.
So I guess in a non-cap format, probably your key card is what? Judge?
Yeah, I think it's Judge. Maybe DeGrom. Could be DeGrom also. One of those two.
Whichever one you want. Which should we go with?
Yeah, but Judge. I think Judge is probably better.
All right. So let's say we go with Judge then.
I will say, my thing did think that this Judge was actually a playable option for PTCS versus lefties.
Yeah.
It's actually a really, really good live.
If the era were just a few years later, I think I would have thought hard about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got it right now. Actually, it just went up a bit.
Yeah, there's a couple new perfects.
Because there are a couple new perfects. So I've got about 228K, but you can assemble a B tier roster significantly more cheaply here. B tier roster is about 58K, but most of what you get from the B tier roster are cards that were you were kind of locking for live missions in a lot of cases. If you've been around since the beginning of the game, now with the new cards that came out, live missions are cheaper.
Yeah.
There's also a decent size edge, by the way. Like if you don't have some of the key cards, the edge is decent.
Yeah, and you think you get to resell these at the end of the month for what you bought them for if you want.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
So where are we at on accessibility then?
I think it's actually pretty good. Because I mean, you have to have the points up front, but it doesn't. You can recoup the points basically at any time you want if you decide to. So it's
although it's difficult if you had the difficult decision. So the one I had a difficult decision on was whether to sell Arenado, who might be going down, but I wanted to run in the live cap where the update was going to happen in the middle of the tournament because it was so delayed.
Yeah, the solution is just to lose early on.
That was what I did, and then I sold Arenado.
Or you could play Gallo at third. That also worked.
Definitely could play Gallo at third. Gallo got 2 points cheaper, so he's just strictly better now.
Yeah.
All right, maybe we'll give it like a B for accessibility.
I think it's actually even better than that. I mean, because all you have to do is as long as you have the capital, there's sort of no reason not to buy this stuff. You can resell it at any moment.
All right, that's fine. All right, let's give it. All right, I think we can give it like an A then.
That's probably an A.
A minus.
Yeah, A minus maybe. In honesty, I mean, if you could somehow take a loan, let's say, this would probably be even kind of an S tier accessibility.
Definitely, yeah. And the edge here is bigger than the ones we talked about. Actually, it's probably like a C in terms of edge.
Yeah, it's quite good.
So what do we got for the high skill value then? It's a 3-1 tournament, but with the edge, you probably can hit value. So it comes out all right. So it comes out better than the longer quicks, but just the fact that you can run so many of the golds still means that probably gold is your best spamming option.
It is. I mean, the good thing with this live, you don't have to sit in front of your computer quite so often. They do take a little longer to run, not that long, but a little longer. And actually, because so few people play them, I suspect there are a lot of kind of less than optimized teams in there. Whereas
Right.
gold, you basically everyone is an optimized team pretty much.
Well, that's impressive.
Um,
I am running against a team. It looks like that. Well, probably in the AI's infinite wisdom when it reset their roster, decided to run a 19-man pitching staff.
oh, yeah, it does that sometimes. I don't know why it does that, but it does do that.
Well, look, the good news is they're not likely to run out of pitchers.
That's true. They could very easily have pretty tight pitch counts and batters face limits on their pitchers. Just
Yeah, yeah,
cycle them.
they go with a fresh pitcher every time. They could totally do that.
There might be a little bit more problem having only 7 position players.
Yeah, yeah. You make a good point. Uh, so the lack of position players could be a problem. However, they will not run out of pitchers. So anyone who thought they might run out of pitchers, not running out of pitchers. That's the good news.
All right. Well, yeah, that's good.
Um, okay, so those are the quicks. Probably the gold is the best if you're willing to put in the time commitment to do it. But at the same time, what we sort of realized is that if you're spamming gold quicks or really any of these formats, you're not making enough points to compete with the meta, and you're just not.
Yeah,
keeping
you
up.
might be able to if you're spamming gold to sort of pick a timing when the meta gets kind of cheaper and go for it. You save up for that time and then go for it then. But you're surely not going to be able to sort of keep up week to week, I don't think.
Yeah, so if you wanna compete in the high end league stuff, you're not making enough money if you're only playing gold to be able to use that alone to say get A-Rod the week he comes out and do things like that consistently.
Right. Yeah.
So, and I think this is the point, is that this is what the game has kind of tried to get us to do this year, is they've tried to force us to play the dailies and weeklies instead. That's really what this is designed for,
Right.
because you could ask, well, would this be better, let's say the quicks were like it was last year, where you could get, last year there was a bronze double elimination, which wasn't that much longer than this gold do or die, but still awarded 10 packs. So
Yeah, well,
yeah,
that's probably the best book we've ever had. I don't know that one should return. That one was
right. But what I'm saying is,
a
if
little
you
much.
were to bump the prize pool for all of the quicks by a factor of 3, then you probably could make it work with quicks alone.
By 3, certainly in the gold, you could do it. Even by 2, probably in the gold, you could do it.
Would be close, yeah. So if you made let's say, for example, let's say instead of it being 3 and 1, let's say we made the gold 5 and 3,
Sure.
or was it 5 and 2?
I think, yeah, probably that's been 5 and 2 in previous years.
Okay, so let's say I make it 5 and 2. Now you're almost getting there. Now between that
Yeah.
and some of the other things, you might just make it. But that extra factor of 2 is enough that even a really dedicated gold player just isn't going to be able to make it work. So,
Right, especially in gold, you can play the gold entry fees that don't cost you a slot. That will give you a little bit of value. You can play the one gold weekly. That will give you a little bit. There are a couple gold dailies. You have to queue for them for ages.
yeah.
So even if you decide, okay, I'm going to be kind of the gold player, there are a couple of non-quicks you could play without much difference.
Okay, well let's start looking at some dailies and let's see if they do better. Should we do dailies next or weeklies next? What do you think?
I don't know. Whichever you want, I guess. I don't have a major preference. I mean, some of the weeklies some of the dailies are pretty expensive too.
All right. Well, what does chat think? You want to do dailies or weeklies next? I'm seeing vote for dailies. Okay. So let's say you were to decide to make a move to some dailies, and I guess they're even grouped by tier. So maybe we can look at them, by kind of the daily tier that we've got for all these.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, so I guess we can start from number 1, which are, I believe, the opens.
Hold on.
So the first one, it looks like, is it's just a daily open live. So that's basically the same as the live BO3.
I just did the most destructive thing possible in assembling this roster. I need to fix that. So I was trying to micro, and I had like a long series where everyone was tired. And accidentally, instead of force benching about 6 players for one day, I accidentally set their bench when fatigued to 1% and didn't bench them.
Yeah, that's not great.
And it turns out that actually has, exactly the opposite effect.
Yeah. That doesn't seem like the right thing to do.
It wasn't. In case you were uncertain, it was not the right thing to do. I know that will shock you. Okay, we may be about to get knocked out of this tournament in the semis. Because the problem is it takes like 2 days to recover from that now.
Yeah, that's really damaging.
But if you punt the first 3 games of a series, your path becomes a little narrow.
Yeah, it's tough then. I mean, you probably just play the tired guys and hope they play all right. But
yeah,
not ideal.
All right, so let's look at some dailies.
All right, so
I guess they come in these groups of 7, right? So maybe we should just do them by group.
Yeah, so we can start. Group 1 is opens.
All right, let's do Group 1 opens. So what do we got? We got an open high cap. Should we start with that?
Sure, we start with open high cap.
All right.
Which is a very high cap.
Open high cap, daily 1. So they're 7 a week.
Yep.
What do we got? Actually, if you can read the format off, it's probably easier. What do we got?
Yeah, it's modern.
Okay.
No restrictions. Cap number is 14 or 13.9, but
okay,
we can round up.
Key card. Well, the key card is basically just what's the best card in the game here.
Well, I think the key card is Bullet Joe Rogan.
Actually, for the low cap, it's definitely Bullet Joe Rogan.
I think even for the high cap, it's Joe Rogan.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right. All right, it's Bullet Joe Rogan. All right, it's Bullet Joe Rogan. So, what does it cost for a high cap? Well, I guess the way we can do that is just decide roughly what we're buying for our. So we get 14 players. So
you basically get to run a full roster of starters.
So running roughly 5 starters, 9 position players, and 1 reliever if you're including Rogan.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, you probably you might play Mathis, you can play John Donaldson. There's some other 2 ways, but
okay.
I suspect this one is going to be not cheap.
So this one.
Yeah, 1 million is a big undershoot, I think.
Looks like it's going to run you about 8.6 million.
Yeah, that seems about right.
If you want to kind of get a full build for this. Yeah. For unfortunately, 1 million perfect points will buy you, half a Koufax.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even actually a B tier roster for this is not super cheap. Is the problem?
Yeah, the thing is that if you're a top league team, you're going to have these cards already, so you're not going out to buy new stuff. But that's only useful for the teams that already are keeping up, and not helpful for the teams that aren't.
Yeah, and it's going to be about 35 WAR is the difference. So accessibility here,
not good.
This is probably an F tier, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just need your big cards for this. The edges, on the other hand, are substantial.
Yeah, big edge, very big edge. Probably well, I don't know what we're going to see the rest of the thing, but at least an A, I would think.
All right, let's try it in A, and we'll see where it goes. Okay, so what do you get for this? You get a choice pack, right? With a high
No,
diamond.
this is not a twist pack.
Oh, it's
This
not.
is a diamond pack.
Oh, is it? It's a diamond pack. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means that if you were to assemble a team simply to play the open high caps, it would take you about 359 weeks in order to recoup the cost just from playing the 7 open high caps a week.
Right. Of course, you're playing these cards in many other formats.
You are.
But
No, Mr. Black, you don't turn a profit in a year. That's actually weekly profit. You actually turn the profit in 7 years.
yeah.
If you happen to have the cards, perfectly good format.
Play this one. Yeah.
But I would say if you're looking for a format that you should take your points and invest in order to win tournaments,
This is not it.
let's move on to a different one.
If you're already a top league team, this is a great format for you to play.
Right. If you're already a top league team, we've got a 10K entry fee that has your name written all over it.
Yeah, we have not fired a Whale Invitational in some time now.
Well, the problem is that you need as many copies of Koufax as there are entries in the Whale Invitational.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go on. What are the other formats for Daily One? So each of these have 4 options, right?
Yeah. So the other daily
So what do we got
open
next?
are we have Daily Live, which is just open live modern.
Good. Here, I'll put the 4
that's-
down and then we'll go through. All right.
The next one is Daily Open Low Cap.
Okay.
And the last one must have gone into Quicks because I don't see it on the daily list. I think it's the Bronze Floor Cap. Let's double check. Yes,
Okay.
Bronze Floor Cap.
Okay. Good. So Daily Live is next. Okay, and these are all going
Oh,
to
is
be
Daily Live 7? Oh, that's the Daily Live Cap. I wrote this. The Daily Live Open is an open, I
the
believe.
Daily Live Open is a
Yeah.
win.
Yeah. Daily Live is modern. Open Low Cap is, I believe, 1991, and Bronze Floor is 1966. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, sorry. So let's start. So Daily Live Open, right? That one is modern, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's modern. It's
okay, so
basically
that
it's
one's
the same
modern.
as the Live 3.
Modern, no restrictions. Probably Judge again is your key card.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as
It's
the Live
basically
3.
exactly the same. Yeah, that's right. It's exactly the same as the Live Best of 3, except that the rewards are different. So now you get, is that packs or choice packs?
Let me see. It is a diamond pack.
Diamond pack. Okay. Sounds good. So the good news here, the good news here is it's only gonna take you like 9.5 weeks to break even.
Right.
So it's a little bit better than the open high cap as an investment.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, if your plan is to spam Live BO3s, this is one you should enter every day because it's just basically a better version
It's the
of
same
it.
team. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
How about the open low cap? So the open low cap, is that also modern?
That's 1991.
1991. Okay.
It's not
So
that
not
far off.
too much of a difference, but just enough of a difference that I should run the model differently.
Yeah, it should be pretty similar. I mean,
And how many cards do we get? What's our cap number there? So it's 1,500?
it's 1,500, so it's a pretty low one. I guess it's
440 over 6. So it's 7.5 or something.
yeah. I mean, you get a lot of two ways in that thing, though. So
So we're probably looking at running like what, roughly 3 starters, including a couple 2-ways and like 5 position players.
yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people doing that, and honestly playing 5 two-ways, playing Rogan, Donaldson, Toriente, Diego, and Kieschnick or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. And then you just fill in with the Mathis and the Rabbit Hill and whatever.
Okay. So at that cap number, we'll call it a cap number of like an 8, right?
Yeah,
Um, Probably Bullet Joe's still your most important card.
absolutely.
The good news is there's going to be cheaper than the open high cap, right?
Yeah,
Clearly going to be cheaper than the open high cap
yeah. I mean,
because
the perfects you're probably playing are Rodriguez and Gehrig and Koufax and Griffey.
you'll still
I
play,
guess.
you'll still play your Koufax and Griffey though. All right, so
Yeah.
I've got this at comes in at a nice cheap 4.3 million for your optimal roster.
Not bad. Not bad.
We've seen worse. Uh, the problem is even the next tier roster, you still need some good cards in there. So you're still running,
Yeah.
almost 1.5 million. But because you have this low cap number, the gap is down quite a bit. So the gap is almost what it is like in the Silver Quick. So if you are going to take like a random stab at one of these, because of the low cap number, this one isn't quite as bad.
Yeah.
So I think the edge here is only like a D.
Probably a D.
On the other hand, the accessibility still isn't huge because you're always missing the high-end cards.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little better than the open high cap, I guess, but maybe still even an F. It's just a slightly better F.
Yeah. You're still running big cards. Is this choice or?
This is it. I believe that is a choice pack. Let me just double check. Yes.
Okay.
Pack.
Yeah, you could build one for 200K if you really want to skip. The problem is then you're skipping all these two ways, and I think that's probably too much of a problem. All right, and finally we got the bronze floor cap, right?
Yeah.
So bronze floor cap, and that one's a fairly low cap number, right?
I believe so. Let's see.
It's not showing for me.
8.5. About.
8.5.
Yeah. And this is 1966.
Okay. So probably Bullet Joe is still your key card there.
Yes, Bullet Joe is a very important card for that.
Because it's again just sort of a low cap, and actually, even in 1966, it's actually going to be almost the same cost because you're basically still just running 8 cards.
Yeah, it's going to be about the same. I would suspect.
I guess it'll be a slightly different set, but you're still going to run. You're still going to run Koufax. You're still going to run Griffey. You're still going to run A-Rod kind of stuff. Yeah, I do have this coming in slightly cheaper.
It's probably okay. I guess it's probably just the lack of Mathis.
Actually, it is cheaper by about a Mathis, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, you get Eldred now, but yeah.
Yep. And the gap is slightly higher. I get like 16 war, but
Yeah, it's a pretty similar format. Yeah.
16. So probably just similar small edge, but
Yeah.
also not
similar.
super accessible because it's the same set of cards.
Yep.
And that one's also choice
And-
packs, right?
Also choice pack.
Okay. So if we look at sort of the opens, we can basically see is this is going to be a little bit difficult one to invest in.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of opens are kind of except for the live. The other 3 are basically formats that people who already have strong teams play in.
Right.
And if you don't already have a strong team, you're not going to be able to make a strong team playing in these. So they're fun, I guess, for those people. And I mean, I play a number of these. I don't have the best team, but I have a decent team, and I enjoy playing them. But they're not people who are trying to build a team out by any means.
Yeah. So Mr. Black suggests that he thinks there's a little bit bigger edge just because you get some really bad builds and low caps, and that's possible.
Yeah, there are some of that, but in all honesty, if you just jam in your best 800s, it's hard to go that wrong.
Yeah, that makes
like,
sense.
You know, just putting in Koufax, Griffey, Gehrig, Rogan, you know, the team's going to be good basically no matter what you do after that.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And certainly, you know, people who spend a lot of money to buy cards and can afford, you know, the Koufax and Griffey or just have one, does not make them bad players by any stretch of the imagination. There are a lot of people who spend and are also really, really good managers. So it's not like
those are the ones you really don't want to compete against.
Yeah, and honestly, that's a pretty big number of the people who spend a lot. I think they're like, you don't see a lot of really strong cards and builds just that make absolutely no sense. It's relatively rare.
I will carefully remain silent here as we move on and look at Format 2.
Alright. So Format 2's Iron.
So, brief conclusion. If you have some points to invest and you're trying to recoup your investment, playing the daily stream is probably not the one to focus on.
Yeah, daily one is not it.
So how about the daily twos? We got
I'm trying to be
formats.
slightly generous.
Hey, I said nothing. You heard me. I said absolutely nothing.
Yeah. No comment is a comment.
It's possible I was thinking it very loudly.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to Iron. Okay. Okay, I mean, the thing about the daily ones, at least, I guess, is that you don't have to queue for ages for them. They're basically all going to fix at this point because people have to spend 4 million points
That's
to play.
true. So there aren't any queuing issues, which are going to be more of a problem. So how about the irons? Is it making more sense to invest in iron?
There are queuing issues on the other end because sometimes they sit in quicks for so long that you end up being queued for 2 hours anyway. But
well, that's when you play your extra. You know, that's the whole game of how many gold do or dies can I squeeze in before the thing actually fires.
Yeah, that's a fun game.
Okay, Speaking so iron. Which, so you want to let's say you're queuing for iron. What are our iron options here? So what have we got? We've got a historical iron.
Yes, so there's a historical iron.
Okay. And so that
which is
all going to be 7 a week again. Yep.
Yep. That's in 2005.
Okay.
And there's just open.
Other than historical, right? So non-live.
Yeah, historical. Open. Yeah, so cap number 26.
Okay.
I wonder
who the key card is.
Yeah,
we
can just put that for all these formats.
There might be a certain catcher involved in determining, you know, how well you do with some of these. Is that your thinking?
I'm pretty sure we can just put him in all the irons and move on.
Yeah. So he probably is your key card for sure.
Good card.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, the costs for all these formats are going to be about the same. It's basically they all cost Mathis. Otherwise, the iron is cheap.
Right.
So, these are all.
Hold on, I just want to put in the non-live restriction. I'm just putting in the non-live restriction.
Oh, sure.
Just to try to get this right.
Yeah, it might make the price go up a couple hundred.
No, it's more with the edge, like trying to get the edge right.
Oh, yeah.
Because that. You know,
well, I guess it's Brett Phillips. That is a lot that plays.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, shockingly enough, it's going to cost you a Mathis.
Yep. Mathis good, other irons cheap.
You're shocked to discover this, right?
This is shocking. I mean, who could have guessed that you'd play Mathis in iron formats?
Yeah. Okay, so it's going to cost you about 67K to assemble a full roster. Again, because there are a couple of these LEs that play in this format in like the next tier. Actually, your like B tier price, just the way we're doing this, actually goes up a little bit. It's about 7,000. You can skip.
Yeah,
you can just chip. You can choose the cheap B tier options. You know.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you probably want to play like Luzinski and Ducey. Or
the interesting
something.
thing is that actually the edge seems to have gone way down between the format choices as well.
Okay. I guess maybe it's the era.
It's some combination of the era, yeah. Okay, so accessibility, would be an A with Mathis. Probably still close to an A. Probably still
an A. I mean, we've given the other Mathis only formats an A, so.
But I think the edge is tiny here now.
Yeah, the edge seems to be very small. I mean, that's sort of surprising. I wouldn't have thought it'd be that different from modern, but I guess.
I think it's because there are a handful of live cards where the gap between the good and bad live cards is bigger. And, with the historical cards, there just aren't that many options.
Yeah, maybe.
Like Phillips is a really good card.
Phillips is a very good card. But, I mean, are there other lives? Probably not. I guess I haven't looked at the new ones that much, so maybe there's some new live that you should be playing.
Oh, that could be part of this price, too, actually. All right, so the historical iron, is that it's choice packs, right?
Yep.
There's also a long queuing time, so if you play this one, so it is efficient in that you get your money back in like a week and a half.
Yeah, I mean this one isn't quite as bad as the early and late ones. This one's slightly better. You only have to queue for like 14 hours for this instead of 20.
Right. But the fact that you're queuing for 14 hours still means this isn't going to be an efficient way to generate points.
Not so much.
But hold on one sec. This weekly income, what have I done here?
That seems fine. I don't see anything that looks.
Nope, that's right.
Really
No, that's right. I was just checking.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Next iron.
Next iron is Daily Late Iron, which is just modern open iron.
Okay. Modern.
So that one we can just copy from the quick probably.
That's your iron. The only
yep,
difference is what it gives you.
Yep, this one basically you have to queue for this instant it generates, otherwise you will not get in.
Right.
Like this thing fills in half an hour.
Okay. And what are we getting for it?
You are getting a choice pack.
You're getting a choice pack. Okay. So notice, by the way, that just this tournament alone has almost the same value in terms of weekly income as using all of your slots to spam iron quicks.
Yeah.
So if you're willing to use up a full slot for it, that single slot is still more valuable if you think you can get the kind of edge we're talking about than, than say using that slot to spam gold.
Yeah, you will introduce some additional variance into your results, which maybe you want, maybe you don't want. I don't know. It's kind of up to you. But the quicks are going to be very consistent.
Okay. Next.
All right. Next one is Daily Early Iron, which is a 1931.
Okay.
So that one's a bit different. You still want Mathis, of course.
Right.
They're not quite as much.
Actually, what I should say is we should probably knock the skill value down a little bit on this because they're better optimized rosters.
Probably a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we should probably knock that down a little. All right. So in 1931, it's less important to run Mathis.
Definitely less important to run Mathis.
But still
Still
actually
important to
really
run
important to run Mathis.
Well, the thing is that actually now he becomes a good hitter because he has BABIP and walks.
Yeah. So I still have
Um,
Mathis, I think, as being. But this has no other restrictions, right? This is completely
No,
open.
it's just open.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some different cards, but you still want Mathis, and every other card in Iron is cheap, so it doesn't, it's not really gonna change things too much, I guess.
No, I've got I think I've got it all the way up to 67,300. So this is the most expensive.
Ooh, wow.
This is the most expensive Iron format. So
is there another card we want to spotlight instead
is
of Mathis
Mathis
here?
still your key card here?
I think it must be, but maybe there's another card we want to spotlight.
You could spotlight like a Jimmy Ryan.
Yeah,
or
Jimmy Ryan. Maybe.
Jelly's
Maybe like a Wally.
Jelly's a darn good card for this format.
Yeah, maybe like a Wally Bunker or something.
Wally Bunker, Catfish Hunter.
Yeah.
But actually, no. I think the most irreplaceable card in this format is still Mathis. Looking at the numbers,
I think it is still Mathis. Yeah, Mathis is good.
So, in case anyone is unclear on this, we definitely recommend getting Mathis unless you're playing against me. In which case, forget everything I said.
Right. We have also intentionally chosen to pick not Mathis at least once because we wanted to put a different card for variety's sake.
Now, this is also, with these early eras, everything gets compressed a bit. So,
Yeah.
Okay, so accessibility here is same as the others. Normally, I would have said the edge here is F, but I think a lot of these early eras, people do get confused about how to play them.
Yeah, I think the edge is actually probably pretty big here because there are a lot of stuff that people just don't know what you want.
So I think you'd bump it up maybe even to like almost a C.
Yeah, I think could even a B maybe. I don't play this format, so I really have no idea what the routes look like, but I suspect there's a lot of silliness going on.
And this is packs or?
Yes, it's a pack.
Packs.
It's a pack.
Okay. Actually, that's true. The historical Iron, I'm just looking. The ones we're giving F tier for the edge, we should be.
It should be bumping down a bit. Yeah.
I should be adjusting the win rates a little bit accordingly.
Oh, I think you multiply by 75 there instead of 0.75.
Well, that would make these playable.
Then you should play those. You should queue for much time.
Yeah.
Okay, if D. Dempsey is saying that 50% of the teams don't know how to play, then it's bigger than a C. Then you're probably getting a B.
The problem, though, is that the edge is small otherwise. So even if you don't know how to play 1931, like you're occasionally,
I guess that's true.
You're occasionally going to sort of win it by accident.
Yeah, that's probably the case. I guess people might be playing like Kingman or something, but Kingman might even still be fine 931. It's really only in the dead ball that it gets really, really bad.
Yeah, I think 1908, you'll see there's potentially a bigger edge. All right, and what's the last? What's the last of these?
The last one is Iron Cap, Daily Iron Cap.
Yep.
Which is modern and has a cap number of 11.
Okay. Now at 11, you're still going to run Mathis.
Yeah, it's still Mathis. Especially because he doesn't even cost you a whole player.
Oh, that's right. He only costs you half a player. That card, that Mathis card is good.
Yeah, it's a good card.
However, this is the cheapest of the Iron formats. As you can see. This is the cheapest of the Iron formats.
This is also basically the only Iron that you can get into without queuing for an eternity. You only have to queue for this one for like 6 or 8 hours or something.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good for Iron.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I've used when I was trying to qualify for PTCS.
Yep, that is the only Iron I play. I wish I didn't have to play it to qualify for Iron.
Yep.
Because
looks like we got about 700 points for your backups. For your B tier team here, so that's cheap. And the edge. The funny thing is, just because you're kind of making it, this modern format again, the edge does go up a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I think probably A, accessibility, but the edge is maybe a
Probably,
D or F, you think?
yeah, probably a D. Probably a D.
All right. And is that pack or choice pack?
Pack.
Pack. Okay. All right.
But
So
again, you don't have to queue. You don't have to queue for 20 hours. So that's a pretty nice advantage of that one.
yeah, so it does look like if you just sort of focused on playing the Iron tier, you're getting essentially playing just the Iron tier gets you the same thing that you would get for spamming the gold quicks, except that you don't have to like constantly enter.
Right.
And you can't
and if you
because
can
you're
squeeze,
queuing.
right, and if you can squeeze some quicks in the middle, which maybe you can because this iron cap, you don't have to. You don't have to enter 20 hours in advance. Then you can squeeze a little more. Maybe you could get an extra 20K or something. I don't know.
Right.
Um, um, yeah, I mean it's definitely the toughest PTCS to qualify for because there's really only one format you can play if you're trying to make qualify for a bunch of PTCSs,
Yeah.
and you just hope you do well in it.
I think that's about right. And we did lose the one where I managed to make about the worst microing mistake possible.
Well, I guess we demonstrating here that managing also matters along with the cards.
Well, the clear lesson here is don't stream and manage at the same time.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I think that's probably about right. I'm trying to figure out what the softest. Actually, the softest one today might be the daily live cap because everyone's rosters are going to reset.
Oh yeah, the lives are always really soft on these days.
Well, especially a live cap.
But you actually have to go build your roster then.
That's true.
Probably will not be there any longer.
You could let the AI build your roster. That's never gone poorly.
Yeah, I don't know that would be a good idea. You could always have 19-man pitching staffs. Those are good.
What's the worst that could happen? All right, I'm gonna enter the daily live cap and let the AI build my roster.
Yeah, Tony Gonsolin is good, and he went down 2 points, so he's extra good.
What's the worst that could happen? We'll let the AI build our roster. Okay, so moving right along. I thought this was going to go quicker, actually, going through these.
Yeah, I guess we could.
This stream may end up being a part 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if it's a we'll see. I guess we'll see how many cards are on Thursday, but we could continue on Friday too.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking for some format that. I mean, the question is, what's the format we can get to like 300K a weekend? So we haven't found it yet.
I mean, should we try to just find it instead of?
Let's look at some bronzes. Let's look at some bronzes.
Bronzes. Okay.
We'll see if there's a daily that does it.
Yeah, you have to keep it 20 hours again though. So.
That is a problem.
Okay, so the first one is Daily Live Bronze.
All right. Daily Live Bronze. And these are all again 7 a week. Right. That one's modern.
It is modern.
Gee, we get to spotlight a card here.
Yeah, well, I think we're probably going to pick the same card here.
Is it everybody's favorite third baseman?
It is everyone's favorite third baseman. And 2 points cheaper at that.
Yes. It is Joey Gallo.
Yeah.
Muncy's in bronze now? Okay.
Muncy is in bronze. That Muncy is actually really good bronze now. I did notice that one. That one definitely should get played in that format as well.
I'm really tempted to run Schwarber at catcher for that bat, too.
Yeah, Schwarber's bat is quite good.
Okay. Looks like the cost here. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Your cost for the best roster is about 780 points. your cost for the second best roster is actually higher in this case.
It probably has some new card or something in it.
Yeah, exactly. There's some, Matt Wallner and Jake Myers are a little, yep. So your second best cards are actually a little bit more expensive at the moment. So just go for the cheap ones.
Yep.
But, if you're a whale, it'll save you 500 points in this format.
Nice.
The edge is tiny. So accessibility, this is an S tier accessibility.
S tier accessibility, absolutely S tier.
The edge,
F.
Probably an F.
F minus.
Yeah,
it's probably just an F because there are probably enough auto set AI teams that have like 19.
All right, and what are we winning in this?
Diamond pack.
Diamond pack and times a small edge.
Yeah.
However, you will profit almost immediately. You should be able to return more than the price of your build on expectation the first time you play this tournament.
Nice.
So this is absolutely if you're just looking for efficiency, this is the one to go with. This is probably the best format.
Yes, you will have to queue for it for quite a while, but it is pretty good in that respect.
We got an early bronze.
Next up, we have a daily early bronze, which is just modern bronze.
Modern bronze, so it's the same as the quick.
Yep, it's a round robin instead of a full BO7, but that's not really any different.
All right, and what is that?
It rewards choice packs.
Rewards choice packs, and again, like slightly lower edge.
Yeah,
it's a quick format. Okay, so better than the live bronze, but less accessible, I guess. All right, next.
Yeah, well, next daily late bronze.
Okay.
Which is 1978.
Okay. So what's the key 1978 card? That's a good question.
That's actually an interesting question. It might be Dave McNally.
I could see that. Let me see what the... Yeah, so McNally should be the best pitcher in the format. Let me see what card looks like it has the biggest edge in my model. Well, it's Mathis.
Of course it is. I guess other than that, maybe Dink? Probably not, though.
Dink would be up there. Yeah, all right. We can spotlight McNally in order to avoid
Mathis everywhere.
Yeah, McNally, but really Mathis.
8 people just joined the daily live bronze. All right, we're doing something right.
All right, we're doing something right. It's absolutely accessible.
Oh, a live iron would be really fun. I would play a live iron.
I would definitely play a live iron. I don't know if I'd queue for it.
No, I wouldn't queue for it. Well, I might if it was quicker than if I didn't have to queue for it for as long as the iron cap. I'd queue for it for PTCS, but that's about it.
What if we made it a live iron cap and figured the word cap would scare people off?
Great, I like that. Live iron cap and just make the cap really high. That'd actually be an interesting experiment.
It could be a PTCS style cap. So, I mean, I know we talked about the caps that weren't caps, but there was actually an even crazier decision in this last PTCS. Did you see the wild card format?
I did.
The wild card format was minimum 85, some sort of cap, but the extra restriction was no live cards.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I did enjoy that.
Why is there a restriction of no live cards?
So you can't play whatever the Ryan Presley, whatever the 85 was at that moment.
But you wouldn't have. Like.
Actually, you know what? I should check it. Let me see if any live cards got played. I'm curious now. Oh, we can't. They can't play live cards. Did any live cards get played in gold? I don't know.
Oh, was it the weekly format I was thinking of that was non-live?
Oh, was it weekly? There was one that was non-live.
There was one that just like for no apparent reason was non-live. Yeah.
That's 6-time tournaments. Yes, it was the weekly. It's non-live. Non-live open too. So.
Yeah, why? Non-live open. So,
Okay, I'm gonna check the wild.
What was the thinking that you're gonna play your Otani instead of Bullet Joe Rogan?
Well, Wilter Rogan wasn't eligible, so yes.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
You know, in your non-cap, you're gonna play a. Let's see. I'm checking the wild card now because I'm curious. Did anyone play
any live card in the weekly or in the wild card? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, there were a few. Carlos Rodon got 4 starts for somebody.
Why?
I couldn't tell you. There were a couple of Camilo Dovals because he was an 85, I guess, at that time. And a few other assorted here and there. That's pitchers. Let's look at batters.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge. Okay, Aaron Judge actually wasn't crazy, though.
No, because you definitely want to play Judge over Griffey. Wait.
Yeah.
No. No.
No, Judge was like not. You could do worse than Judge in that format.
No, but why would you play Judge instead of playing Judge?
Well, yeah, that's also true. Okay, Jake Fraley got a little bit of play. I guess he was probably an 85. Some other here and there.
Okay, so anyway, accessibility and edge for this one. Late bronze, probably similar on accessibility, right?
Yeah, it's probably still like an A, I guess. Actually,
same sort of edge is probably a D.
Yeah.
And then what's the? No, maybe more like a C, because just with the era, people play slightly the wrong combination.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I guess that's true. That's probably true.
And what is that one paying?
Second, I'd switch back for dailies. I wish this was his daily late runs. Yeah. Go. Here it is. Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks. Okay. And finally, we got a bronze cap, right?
Yep. And this is the other one that you can queue for. You can play without queuing for many hours.
Is that modern?
It is modern.
And try to remember the cap number. What is
1425 cap, which really have something that does this more easy. 13.
Oh, okay.
It's a little over 13.
All right, 13-ish. So that's going to be even cheaper than some of the normal bronze.
Yeah, here though, I think we have to give the key card to Mathis because it's a cap. You really can't. You really can't argue anything about Mathis.
I mean, yes. Yeah, Mathis is just the most important card in every cap format right now.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, we could have given both the places that are Eldred and the place that's McNally. We could have said Mathis. We could have even said Mathis for maybe even open low cap. So Mathis is good. Most people, I think, when they make a new account, you should get a Mathis. That's the first thing to do. I mean, do the live missions, build the lineup ones that are 50k for a pack, or 50 points for a pack, and then still get your Mathis.
Yeah. Sorry, you want... Actually, hold on. You want... Yeah, what this says is... Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Because you want a fraction of an Eldred for this format as well. So that's kind of where this number is coming from, is it's not giving you a full Eldred because you have other options.
Yeah, Mr. Arnold, I think if a team... You can do live missions for basically the starting 1,000 without that much trouble, and then you could sell off a lot of it and probably get close. So I bet a new team would get Mathis, especially if you wait for when the Mathis cards are in a spotlight pack.
Well, if you finish the live mission, if you finish the live missions you can probably just quick sell the bad rewards and get a Mathis.
Yeah, you can quick sell Caminiti and a bunch of the diamonds. And
Yeah.
you could probably get up pretty close. And the live missions are really easy to do now, and they probably cost like I guess 20K or something for all of them.
I think someone's done like a 1 hour speed run.
Yeah, that seems doable.
So accessibility here, probably back
been
down.
giving these-
Probably back down to like the B because of because you really do want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
B plus. We could probably give it. I mean, it's less than the others are going to be B plus. So
All right, we'll
probably
go B
give it
plus. And your edge is a cap. Maybe another C or D. What do you think?
Yeah, C or D. One of those.
All right, and that one pays.
That one pays, I believe, diamond packs.
Is it diamond packs? Or
No, it pays choice packs.
Choice packs, I
sorry.
think.
Yep, it does.
All right. We'll give you a slightly higher edge there. Okay. All right. Hold on. I think it should be more like that. Okay. Good. So, if you're gonna play the bronzes, actually the bronzes come out a little bit worse than even the irons if you're gonna play something. The extra historical format probably means you get a bigger edge playing irons, especially if you have Mathis and some people don't.
Yep. But the bronzes, I don't think you have to use quite as long for, so you can squeeze in a few more quicks, but you still have to keep for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, when Caminiti's in a mission, exactly. Didn't Kidneys say that he was, speccing and, trying to get...
I think he did end up selling them at some point.
Okay.
But he did have 11 earlier in the cycle.
Okay.
That'd be interesting, actually, what the most quick sold card is. It's probably like some kind of live iron or something, but
Caminiti's got to be the most quick sold historical, though.
historical perfect, definitely.
Well, okay. What if it's as a fraction of the cards pulled? I wonder. Yeah.
Oh, it's got Well, that's interesting. It might be still alive. I don't know.
Do you have?
It'd be fun to
do you
get
still
some-
have your Caminiti?
I do. I
Okay.
still have them. I still have all my live rewards because I haven't needed the points or anything, and I can always resell them. I can always sell them whenever I want. So
Makes sense.
actually, last year I did spec the live rewards, which turned out really well.
Huh. Yeah, I can see that.
So it's not a horrible idea.
Makes sense. Speaking of horrible ideas, how about the silver formats?
Okay. So silver, you are a little bit released from the queuing.
Yep.
Let's see. So we have daily late. Let's save that one because that one's actually more to talk about. It's in a mod, and we can just get off.
Let's start with the cap. What's the cap?
Oh, the cap. We can start with the cap. Yeah, cap is 1500 modern daily silver cap.
Okay.
So that is. That is 12 cap ish.
Okay.
And it's modern.
So who's your key Mathis for this one?
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, did I spoil that?
Yeah. It's a good card. It really is quite a good card.
Yeah. But I think especially for the cap, that is clearly the card you need.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, Dukeston, Mathis I think is a little better than Jerome, but they're relatively similar. But Mathis saves you 27 cap points. So Like,
Yeah.
you know, you can play Romo. Romo's a, you know, you're playing Romo in Open Silver, but um,
Actually,
like,
I'm still playing Mathis in Open Silver.
well, I'm playing both of them. Um,
Yeah, but Mathis is actually my starter.
but Mathis is just so absurd in caps. I mean, you know, you get to play, you know, a high gold, low diamond catcher, basically, in
Yeah.
silver that doesn't cost you a full silver. I mean, it's just silly.
Well, and also then you can save on the backup too.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
It's a good card. Let's just say that.
Yes. So Mathis. Yep. So the key Mathis for this format is Mathis. Costs you about 110k to kind of build the cap format, but the edge is really tiny here. It's only about 13. So accessibility here is what, probably
Like a
B or C,
B.
maybe a B.
Probably a B.
But the
I think, yeah,
but the edge
I guess
is really small.
yeah, it's a very small edge.
And what is that one paying?
I believe it pays diamond. Let me check. I think it's a pack. Let's see. I guess I could be smarter about this. It pays diamond packs. Yep.
All right, next format.
Next format is, well, let's just go with the modern. Daily Early Silver, which is just modern.
Okay. Daily Early Silver, we can just copy over all the modern stuff, right?
Yeah. Yep. Really nothing has changed there.
We've decided to spotlight Robin Roberts, but, you know...
You could easily pick Mathis instead. It pays choice packs.
So the choice packs are nice here, but you're again going to have this really tiny edge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, next up we've got the Live Silver.
Okay, so that one should be pretty accessible.
Yeah, this one should be pretty good. It's just modern. Nothing special there. Key card is interesting for a Live Silver. I guess Tristan McKenzie, maybe?
Let me see. I actually haven't looked at the new Live Silvers. I definitely
Maybe
would have
Gonsolin.
said McKenzie before.
Maybe Gonsolin now that he's back down to a silver. That could also be up
I've
there.
still got McKenzie better, I think.
Are there any other ones?
It's close because
Yeah,
McKenzie's got more
pretty
stamina.
close.
Yeah, I think it's McKenzie then.
The other, I actually do want to point out another Live Silver that has gotten very good. Is this Brandon Marsh? I don't think he's as critical as McKenzie or Gonsolin, but I think that's a very strong Live Silver.
The other one I really like is Gunnar Henderson.
Yeah, I like Gunnar also.
All right, let's go. Well, we can spotlight McKenzie then.
Yeah, sure.
So this is not going to cost you a lot to put a roster together at all.
Yeah, it should cost about 3K, I guess.
It should cost very close to exactly 3K, right? It will cost you... Why does it cost... Oh.
That's probably some new card or something.
No, so right now I've got it listed as more, but I think that's because the last 10 on a couple of the cards that dropped
is
still reflecting being a gold. So let's call that, you know...
It should be, yeah, something like that.
It's basically going to cost you $3,500 to put a roster together for this.
Yeah.
Once prices like actually get a last 10 for the new Live
right.
number.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And the war difference I've got here is this is the lowest we've seen.
Yeah, I'm sure this is very low.
So you get an absolute S tier again for accessibility, but this is like an F minus.
Yeah,
for edge. You're basically, you know, yeah, you're kind of flipping coins. So what do we got here?
Hold on, let me check. Keep going to other screens to access the card shop, and then I have to go back and forth constantly.
Diamonds. which also isn't going to help so much.
No.
All right, and finally we got one last one. We've got
The last one is interesting, which is the late silver.
Okay.
And that one is interesting because it is a 1919 era.
Okay. So no other restrictions. But you get to play 1919. So here there actually is a different key card.
Yes. Well, it's the same key card as another one, but
yes, but here Robin Roberts is absolutely,
Yes. Well, Robin Roberts would probably play in maybe even a perfect version of the 1990s format.
Yeah.
That silver is really good.
So it's definitely Roberts.
I mean, you're probably still playing Mathis, but
I actually don't have you playing Mathis here.
Wow. Amazing.
Because the catcher value goes down. What my
but
model
he's a
wants
good hitter now,
I know,
though.
but what my model wants to do is to just stick Dink behind the plate.
Okay, that seems also makes sense. I like that too.
Because now you're getting an even better bat.
I'm guessing it's not going to like Lave Cross, but I wonder actually how far he is.
Yeah. So, alright, so what do we got here? We've got about $65K is what it's going to cost to assemble a roster because Mathis is now skippable.
Right.
And your backup roster, about $22K. And the edge is actually bigger as well, which is interesting. So the edge has gone up significantly here.
You're going to get a whole lot of teams in here that don't have a roster constructed for 1919, and this time it actually, unlike 1931, it's an enormous difference.
Absolutely, yeah.
Modern.
So, all right. So first off, accessibility. This is still a reasonably accessible format, and
it's
actually
probably an A.
Even more so without Mathis.
Yeah, it's probably an A, I guess. And
yeah,
I think this is at least an A for edge.
Yeah. So the war difference isn't so big, but there are a lot of managers that are not assembling great rosters here.
Yeah.
And this and this also pays the choice packs, right?
I believe so.
So I think this is the best of the daily formats we've seen so far. As far as kind of value.
I would tend to agree. You do have to queue for it for a while.
But if you were to use this on one of 4 slots, so I think this is one where if you could get 4 slots like this, you're probably willing to, to make it work.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's unfortunate that we lost the low diamond 1919 because I think that was like the best format of the year.
Oh hey, hey EVC, thanks for the raid.
Well, we did outlast him in the end. That's pretty much expected at this point.
Yeah, the low diamond 1919 was really nice.
I love that. That was great. I love that format.
So I think this is the first one we've seen, which is almost ideally what you're looking for. You can buy a roster that's going to pay for itself in a week or two. And if you could find 4 of these to use your slots on, you would almost be able to make enough each week to keep up with the meta.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is quite a good format.
So I think this is the best we've seen so far with the dailies.
Yeah. Especially not being a cap, there's all kinds of pitching shenanigans you can do in 1919. There's just a lot of stuff.
Although I don't get to play any opener games.
No openers. But you can do a lot of other stuff.
You can play the other tricks for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to gold, I guess?
Sure, yeah. So gold, so there's at least one really solid silver format here we found.
Yeah, I think that one's pretty good. And live silver.
I think I've actually never played that one, by the way.
The 1919 silver, I have not. It fills in like 20 minutes.
I just haven't wanted to queue for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, certainly, if your main goal is PTCS qualification, it's not a format you're going to be playing at all.
I'd play it if they made it 128, even though it would be worse odds.
Yeah, you'd have to queue for 21 hours instead of 22. But
I'm saying, if it were 128 and then I could queue for an hour, I think I'd play it.
you queue for an hour, yeah, but you still have to queue for a lot.
256.
That might be getting too big.
All right, we got some golds.
Yeah. So I guess we can just start with the modern, since that seems to be the
Sure.
way.
Is that the early or late?
That is the late.
Okay. The late gold is modern, and that looks a lot like the gold we looked at before.
Yeah, I mean, Clippard probably isn't key card anymore because it's not a do or die. But
That's
other
true.
than that, yeah.
So anyone else you want to highlight?
So,
I kind of want to mention Espino,
you
yeah.
can put Espino. Yeah, that's I'm fine with that.
And is that one pays
Pays choice pack.
choice, and the edge here is going to be really tiny.
Very, very small. Yes, Dukes, and you could also put Mathis here,
Yeah,
I guess.
You could put Mathis in a lot of these. That's definitely true.
Anything that's a cap or golden below, you can put Mathis in, basically.
All right. So, but this is actually something where, just given the extra value you get in the prizes, this is probably worth a slot if you're spamming
It is.
otherwise.
It is unfortunately another one you have to queue for many hours. But
It's close. If it's really a full day, it's not quite worth it. If it's like 2/3 of a day, it's worth it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't play this one, so I don't really know how long it takes, but it definitely takes a while. It definitely goes quickly.
All right. What else we got next? How about an
Okay,
early
next
gold?
up, daily early gold is $19.99, but otherwise normal. No DH, I guess. We skipped. I've put those down.
Yeah.
Said that for most of these.
Okay. So $19.99 in gold. It's probably gonna be pretty similar to the modern.
It should be
gold
pretty similar.
in terms of how difficult it is to assemble a roster and get an edge.
Yeah,
that
it
is.
should be about the same. It takes 5 to 6 hours to fill. Okay, then it might be worth playing that instead of spamming.
Yeah, I think you should play it then.
Yeah.
Anyone else to highlight here?
Maybe Chipper Jones.
Sure, we'll throw a chipper in there. All right, so this one, yeah, I think it's pretty similar in terms of what you've got. So actually, I've got it cheaper to assemble this roster just in terms of the cards that happen to have moved out. I think there are 1 or 2 of the new Future Legends maybe that don't play, or something like that.
Well, that number is suspiciously close to the cost of Mathis. That difference.
Yeah, but Mathis has to play here, right?
It might be playing. Well, it might want to play Tettleton.
Wait,
instead
you
of
know
Mathis.
what? You're right. It's playing Hoyle's Tettleton.
Yeah.
That number is actually suspiciously close to the cost of Mathis. Mathis Mathician. By the way, is anyone getting drops? Because I know they've been down a lot of the day. I don't think
I got 2 at some point earlier today, and I haven't gotten any since then. So
yeah, I think that's where I'm at also.
I don't quite know what happened.
PT Live's broken too. Like my PT Live, it's not showing any players as playing games tomorrow.
Huh? That's weird. I wonder why.
Let's see. What do we got? Wins. So slightly higher war difference as well.
I will
Spreads
say,
out the players, but this is yeah.
on a serious note, I was tempted to pick all the home run derby players today in case they had some kind of glitch that gave them points for all the home runs they're going to hit.
No, there's no way they'd have a glitch, and I should try that. Let's see. Accessibility, probably another C, but the edge is just a hair bigger, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little bigger. You'll just get a couple of teams that are not built for the format.
And what do we get for this one?
Choice.
Choice packs. Okay. So just because it's the choice packs, which are a little more valuable, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe since we didn't.
These two formats are okay. And how
Since
about
we didn't
the other
mention.
Yep.
Since we didn't mention it now, I guess maybe we'll mention it. Didn't mention it earlier, maybe we'll mention it now. Is that diamond packs and historical packs tend to be relatively constant in value, but choice packs are going to decrease in value over time.
Pretty quickly, yeah.
Until they go into missions. So you either have to decide basically.
I'm not sure they're decreasing that much more because since it's the 1 and 2, and most of the 2s right now can be bought for the same price as the 1s, I think the only one that's decreasing are going to be the perfects.
Okay, you think it's kind of reached equilibrium already? That's possible.
I think so.
Yeah. All right.
We'll see.
Okay, live gold. Just modern, nothing special.
Okay. Any live card you want to highlight from maybe the new batch?
Let me
see what our model wants to give us.
Let me double check here. Is anything?
This one again should be cheap.
Joe Ryan.
Joe Ryan's now a gold, maybe. Right?
Yep. Let's see. Is there anything else? Adley Rutschman is down to a gold. That's maybe actually a really good one to spotlight. That's the best catcher by a lot, I think.
I kind of like this new Daniel Vogelbach, who's a silver too. He's DH.
I thought he was pretty decent as a DH when he was a gold, so
Sure, we can mention Joe Ryan if you want to.
Yeah, Joe Ryan. I think Ryan or Adley Rutschman would be my two.
All right. So what's it going to cost us to build a roster here? Should be basically 1K per.
Yep. It'll probably be a little off because there'll be some that will still have stale 10s.
Yeah, and actually the funny thing is the B tier options are actually below 1K per if you use the current value. Let me update that to because you really can't assemble a roster under 26K.
Yeah.
It's just some stale numbers. It's only about 11.4. So there's another S tier for accessibility, but probably an F tier for edge, and it's only giving you the diamond packs.
Yep.
So this one is pretty skippable. I will admit I found myself playing it because of the short queue time.
I have as well.
But it's not good value.
Yep. A lot of the stuff I end up playing is because I want the PTCS points, not because I want the points.
Yeah, me too. Okay, yeah, Steven, we're having the same problem. I think we're having choice pack issues.
Yeah, it seems like people are getting stuck with 2. Yeah.
You made a new account and were able to get your last 3 packs. That's interesting. That's a lot of dedication for 3 packs, though.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm willing to do that.
And then we got a gold cap. So what's the gold cap number? It's modern still, right?
It's 2002, I believe.
Okay.
This is the other one that you don't have to queue for a long time for because it fires very early in the morning U.S. time.
Yeah.
2002.
2002.
All right, should we pick another gold card to highlight?
I think it's fine. I think they're all. But what's the cap number on this one?
1875. So the cap number is 49. 17.
Okay, so this is actually not too far from open gold.
It's not too far from open gold. Yeah. Which makes Mathis less critical, though still quite good.
I think it's still Mathis, though, because you're still saving a full player, aren't you?
Mathis.
So Mathis means you can run a bullpen arm, and otherwise you can't?
Yep, I think that's probably it. If we were going to spotlight another gold card, maybe I'd pick Jason Dominguez, because he's the only way I haven't talked about him, but...
We don't talk about Yankees on this stream.
Okay.
right?
He's not a Yankee quite yet.
Yeah. That's true, but he wants to be a Yankee.
Okay, that it's a thought crime. It's bad enough.
Exactly. How about yeah? I think it's Mathis, isn't
It's
it?
probably Mathis, though. Yeah.
All right, so it's gonna cost you about 220K to assemble one of these rosters. Yeah, Mr. Black, it's at least almost an open because you're
It's
getting
very close
17, but like Mathis makes it 18.
Yeah.
You'd bring him up because his card looks good. There we go. So this isn't quite the cheapest to assemble, but you're still getting just a tiny edge here. So I think this is still maybe it's still
like
a
a
D tier
C.
edge, or you want to?
No, I mean I've seen accessibility. Yeah, D tier
Okay.
edge. I think that's right.
And this one
Diamond packs again.
was diamond packs again. Okay, so of the gold, there are only a couple formats that are playable, but actually, if you're gonna play these, you're probably better playing the silvers than the gold. It looks like.
Yeah, I mean unless you sort of already, you're just queuing gold through your dice and your wrist starts hurting you. Then maybe you can just queue for these instead.
Yeah. Well, you have to race because they open and then you gotta you gotta like click before it fills and.
Yeah, that's true. This is maybe you got some mechanics in here now.
Yeah, there you go. You have extra game mechanics being added.
Yeah.
That would be kind of fun. Speaking of the daily live cap, by the way, could use a cut, couldn't it? If anyone wants
that's usually the way it goes.
If anyone wants to bump,
Well, especially today when many people's rosters got invalidated.
All right, let's look at a few more of the daily formats.
Next one is Diamond, right? So Diamond is sort of split. We have 2 Diamond and 2 low Diamond. So I guess maybe we start with the low Diamond.
Sure.
So the low Diamond, one of them is just modern open low Diamond.
I think it's just a low Diamond and a low Diamond cap, right?
Yep, low Diamond cap, and then Diamond and Diamond cap. But there's some errors involved. So daily low Diamond is just modern. Actually, these are both modern.
Right, and then
the cap.
All right, so they're both modern. Hold on, that's not what I intended to do. Let's try that again. This is the point that we discover how bad I am with a spreadsheet. Okay, so Diz, I don't think there's any kind of spreadsheet with like the best lineups for each tier. This is something you kind of want to work out, playing the game, or you can certainly look at what lineups people are running. So there's no shortage of advice on these, at least. And every time you enter something, you get a free peek at what everyone else is running.
If you have learned anything from this stream, it is that you should get Jeff Mathis.
Yes, Jeff Mathis. I'm actually playing him in my league this week, by the way.
Okay, that is a very reasonable thing to do. So probably more imperfect than Diamond, but yeah.
Well,
anyway.
I may have been selling off, most of my cards and giving up on the league for the year. Speaking of which, if anybody happens to want, let's see, I think I got rid of the Eddie Matthews, but I've still got a couple other. If anyone wants a big card, let me know. I can make a deal, I think. So, all right, daily low diamond. So that one again, full build. So who's your key low diamond card right now?
I think it's interesting. I'd like to spotlight maybe Bobby Miller since he's new. But I don't know if that's actually the right answer.
No, I don't think he's like 100% mandatory.
I do have him as the best pitcher in low diamond, but it's probably Jimmy Fox, really. Maybe Jackie Bradley. I don't know. I
think it is Fox actually.
Fox.
Just looking at the numbers. Oh yeah, it's Fox.
It's probably Fox.
Yep, definitely want Fox. All right. So this is where it does start to get a little bit expensive. I've got over 1 million points to build your optimal low diamond roster right now.
Yeah, especially because Fox costs 300 of them.
And even to compete, it's going to cost you almost 400k for sort of the B tier team. You want a Griffey and Tudor?
Yeah. Good luck finding a Griffey at this time.
Unfortunately, no. I was saying, I didn't say I was selling off every big card. I said I was selling off every big card that I own.
Yeah. Notably, does not include those two.
Yes. What am I, made of Griffies? Let's see. All right, best war. All right, so what is the value here? Well, again, it's not a huge edge between like your real high-end roster and the rest. This is where it is going to start to get low on accessibility, though.
Yeah.
Because really, to get a big build here, it's not quite as bad as like the opens, but there's some big cards up here.
Yeah, this might be a D in accessibility, but it's somewhere between a D and an F, probably.
I mean, it may even. The problem is that if Fox is the card you need, I don't even think there are going to be any on the market again.
Probably not. I mean, I think you can survive without Fox, but it is definitely more difficult.
All right,
At some point, Fox will no longer be the key card.
Okay, we'll give it a D for difficult then.
Yeah, I think a D is fine.
So the edge is also sort of low because the teams that play this almost all have the key cards.
Yeah, for the most part. Diamond has a lot of the same teams over and over again.
So this is probably like a D for edge also, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
And when everyone's grinding away at each other to try to pull out like a little edge here, what are we playing for here?
We are playing for diamond packs.
Yes, so this is a really bad format, is kind of what we're saying.
Yep. This is not a good one. It also fills pretty early, I think.
Yeah, this is I think one to stay away from.
Yeah.
I could sell somebody a Fox actually. Low diamond cap. Sorry, what's the cap number on the low diamond cap?
1750, so it's a 13-ish.
13-ish, okay.
Little over 13.
So you're basically getting like the top half of the good cards in here.
Yep.
Maybe you're running like 4 and 9 or 5 and 8, maybe 5 and 8.
Well, you're running 8 batters and 5 pitchers and Jeff Mathis.
Oh right, and Mathis. Oh. Yeah, so the key Mathis for this format is still Mathis.
Yes. We could actually just change that. Can we just change this column from the key card to Mathis?
All right. Make it the key Mathis.
Key Mathis.
Low diamond used to be 1927. I think that, but it switched.
No, the low diamond was 1919. I think the diamond is now
the diamond that's okay.
Yeah. I don't play that one though.
I don't play the Daily Diamond. I was thinking one of these weeks I should go like actually try to win one of the leaderboards for these, but I just always kind of mix it up instead to go for qualification. I'm not going for leaderboard points.
That's pretty much what I've been doing.
So this one, shockingly enough, has about half the cost of,
Yeah, that figures.
Sort of as you'd expect, because you're only buying half the cards. So you can get by a little bit more cheaply, and the edge actually hasn't gone down that much because your top cards are still most of your starters.
the thing is, I think Fox is actually not actually so critical a card for this particular format because there are a lot of our-handed pitchers in low diamond.
Yeah, and because you've got a Mathis.
And he has to play two ways.
So the accessibility here, maybe it's a little.
I guess
higher
it's
a
C probably.
But now the edge is maybe even lower.
Yeah, I suspect.
All right.
I mean, the edge might be high, sort of momentarily, because of like Bobby Miller.
Okay. All right. We'll give it a D. So what is that? What is that paying?
That's choice packs.
Choice packs. Okay. And the other diamonds.
Daily Diamond is 1927.
Okay, so Daily Diamond is 1927. And that's open, right? So this one is actually not going to have a Key Mathis.
No. The key card is...
in a lot of formats I was going to say it was the new Giambi might be the most... No, because Lou is still I was thinking about the OTP era stuff, but Lou's just a better card than Giambi, so actually it's not.
I think it
actually, you know what it is? Robin Roberts.
Oh, 1927. That was 1927.
Yeah, for 1927, Robin Roberts is still the most important card, isn't it?
Probably.
Yeah, I think this is a Robin Roberts one.
I'm trying to think if there are diamonds with more PvP in control, but I guess not. He's so much.
No, Red Lucas is probably next, but
I guess so.
The other one that's great for that format is Votto.
Yeah, that's true. Votto was really good for that.
So this is still not cheap. This one, it's not quite as expensive as the low diamond actually, just because of the era and because there are a couple cards like Roberts that run. So you're going cheaper on your pitching staff, for example. I think I'm only spending 115K on the entire pitching staff here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can play it with just Roberts and Haydix and some other, I don't know, even Dave McNally probably.
In a cap, sure, yeah. And the edge just continues to go down for these early formats. So this accessibility is still low here.
Yeah, it's probably a D in accessibility.
The edge normally would be F, but again, a few teams will get the era wrong.
Yeah, it's probably D then.
So maybe it's a D. And is this the pack or choice pack?
This is the diamond packs. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that in diamond, I think you'll get fewer of those because generally people playing diamond are the people who are pretty experienced players.
Yeah.
And they sort of know to adjust.
You said it was choice pack?
No, diamond packs.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're really going to be squeezing out tiny edges for this kind of format.
Yeah.
And finally, the cap.
Yep.
So that's modern?
Modern, just nothing else.
And how big is our cap number here? And who's the Key Mathis?
The cap number is 13. The Key Mathis is Mathis.
If the cap number is 13, the Key Mathis is clearly Mathis. Yeah, and you're probably just running like 4 plus 8 plus Mathis, or maybe you're running 5 plus 7 plus a reliever plus Mathis.
Yeah, something like that. It's going to be some combination of those. I mean, this one, I guess there are kind of 3 future legend starters that you probably want for this that are new. So for the moment, this one you might actually be able to get a pretty good edge. But that will die pretty fast.
Yeah, Rodriguez and Painter for sure.
And I think probably Miller you want also.
I could see that, yeah. And I think you do want to probably get both Giambi and Gehrig if you can get both. You'll platoon one with Fox maybe.
Yeah, you can do that. I don't know. Giambi's an interesting card. I don't know what to think of that card because I don't have it as the best option either way. But it keeps popping up every time I try to build a cap roster because it hits both sides and the other players don't.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is also I kind of wanted to run Joe Morgan at DH so that I can get a cheap backup, and I never quite figure out how to build with it. So probably I will get myself a Giambi.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So this again is probably not the most accessible of options, right?
No, it's like a D, I guess.
The edge here is going to be a bit bigger again.
Yeah, I would think so.
So maybe like a D for accessibility. You're probably getting more like a C for edge. It would be bigger, except that not a lot of teams without good builds are trying to run it.
Yeah, I think it could maybe be a B for like the next week or two because of these new Future Legends. But yeah, I think a C long term is probably the right
Okay.
grade.
So, and this pays choice.
This pays choice packs.
All right. Okay, so I think again the diamonds. I mean, now it's getting expensive, but actually it's probably not as profitable to play the diamond as to play the silver. So I think so
Yeah.
far the silver has kind of been the sweet spot. Especially because look at all these weeks to profit. So if you're trying to buy cards primarily to run diamond tournaments, it takes you so long to kind of recoup that value that's
Right.
not worth it. The problem is these are still not the cards that you want to play in the league either.
Yeah, I mean, so like I have a lot of the diamond cards, but it's because I'm buying them to do missions for league cards I want.
Yeah, so if
Which I
you
think
have
is
them anyway for missions, that makes sense. But if you're thinking about kind of buying tournament cards, and look, if you're not going to play the diamond tournaments, most of these missions you're better off skipping the mission, buying the mission reward. Um,
uh,
that's not the
yeah,
way I
for the
play
most part.
because I'm playing all these tournament formats. I kind of am trying to finish the missions instead. But
Yeah, especially if you can lock cards that you're gonna play for a long time.
yeah,
And it's you get good value
yeah.
because you're basically subsidizing the cost of building tournament rosters by also building league at the same time.
Yeah. So Diz, we can figure it out later, but most of those cards I don't have. If I had a Koufax or a Griffey or something like that, I might actually be able to play in the league.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be selling those then. You'd be playing them.
Uh,
Finding someone who's gonna
no. If I had a Koufax, if I pulled a Koufax, I was going to quick sell it. I was going to quick sell it on stream and kind of make the point.
Okay, fair enough.
Uh,
No, I suspect it will be many, many months before a Koufax is for sale.
It would have been at least good content. No, I can tell you exactly when Koufax will be for sale. Is when the peak Koufax comes out.
Right, yeah.
Because the moment the peak Koufax comes out, well, okay. It's like 90% sure that's true and like 10% that the peak Koufax accidentally is worse than the LE.
I, I, I remain silent about those odds.
Yeah. Those are odds.
Yeah, they're definitely odds.
Um, okay, so finally we do have 7. We've got our wild cards.
Yeah. So some of these are pretty fun, I think.
Yeah, I think a bunch of these are fun formats. The
So I guess-
question is, are they profitable?
Yeah, we can just start with the first one of the day, which is the daily high silver floor low diamond ceiling cap.
Daily,
Quite a
high,
mouthful.
silver, floor, low, diamond, ceiling, cap. Yes. All right.
This is a modern. Cap number is about 13.
Okay.
The key Mathis is
And
not
Key
Mathis
Mathis
because
is
he's
not
ineligible.
Mathis, but if Mathis counted as a high silver, then actually you would play Mathis.
Yes, I would play Mathis if I had to pay 75 for him.
Absolutely.
No problem. As it is, actually, it's a tough one to pick a key card for. Maybe it's Eric Davis.
Yeah, so it's a low diamond floor. Yeah, Yeah, I like Eric Davis for that. So let's see what that's going to cost us here. Um,
Yeah, it could also be Fox. That's probably also fine. But highlight some new cards.
hmm.
I guess Bob Ferguson might be another answer for that as a key card.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, it might be Fox. I think Fox is probably more important for this. Like
Yeah,
the
it
gap
could be
between
Fox.
Fox and his replacement is probably bigger than the gap between Davis and like Becker or something.
Yeah, I guess that's true. And you can play Elijah Green. It only costs you 3. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
All right, so this is still going to cost you a fair bit because you got a bunch of the low diamonds in there. I actually have this as costing you more than the low diamond cap by a fair bit, just in terms of who's eligible, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting.
As for the edge, well, it's a cap, so it's again on the low side. So, okay, the accessibility is not great because you still need some of these big cards.
Yeah, it's like a D. Probably a D for both, I guess.
Yeah. So it's a fun format, but it's probably. I will say one thing about this is you get to queue. It often ends up in quicks even.
Yeah, I like the format. It's a fun format. It's just not a particularly profitable one.
Right. So, and what does this one pay? Is that one? That's choice packs, right?
Choice packs. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to skip the next one on the list because I guess we can just do them in order. Let's just do them in order.
All right.
Next one is the daily SE cap,
Oh boy.
where the key Mathis is probably still Mathis, but you can make an argument for Lenny Randall.
It might be Randall. Oh, that's tough. And the cap
definitely
number
one of
there,
those
the
two.
cap number there is so weird to calculate.
I don't even know what to. I think it's NA for cap number. Like it just, I don't know what to evaluate that as because you can't play the minimum guys.
Right. Wow, and it's modern.
It's modern.
I'm going to label this as none other than the SE part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cap number question mark. I don't know. I mean, I really have no idea how to evaluate a cap number for this thing. Like,
I think maybe the key Mathis is Mathis, but
I think honestly you can't compete in this without Mathis and Randall. I think you need both, otherwise you can't compete. They're basically required cards.
Yeah. Mathis or Randall? Mathis and Randall.
Yeah, I think you actually just need both of them.
I think that's probably right.
Yeah.
You probably need at least one of the other 40 overall LEs also. Like Luzinski's critical.
Yeah, I mean the other cards.
I think you need at least one of Canseco and Ducey, maybe even both, but at least one.
Yeah. It isn't. I mean, I found it an interesting format to build, but it is brutal if you do not have these low tier LEs.
Yeah,
I mean,
without them,
impossible.
the cap number ends up being like 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what to try to argue the cost is because it's so much depends on these LEs.
I have no idea. I mean, you have to have the LEs. Then once you have the LEs on top of it, you get hit with the. I don't know. Just
no,
it's
but
a
if
lot.
you have all the LEs, then that means that you're allowed to play the Koufax and the Griffey and
right.
Those also.
I mean, I don't know what the price is, but it's a large number. Some large.
I'm getting
number.
about $4.5 million, like doing a rough bit of addition, but that's a lot of guesswork.
Yeah, I really have no idea. And honestly, there is no B tier for this. If you don't have the card, you just can't play.
Yeah, no B tier.
Okay, I mean you can play it without Koufax and Griffey, but you need the other ones.
Right.
Like you need the other one. Have to.
Okay, accessibility here is not high.
Accessibility here is F minus 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 minus. No.
The edge is tough to figure out, though. I actually think there's a pretty big edge in this format.
I think there is
it's so
too.
hard for people to figure out how to play it.
Yeah, and also the number of teams that could actually build a full roster is relatively low.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's like an A for edge, maybe?
I think so, yeah. And this is choice packs, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think this is a high edge format if you...
Yeah, I mean, like, I have all the cards but Koufax and Griffey for this, and I've done fairly well despite that in it. Mostly because people just have not Matheson Randall, and I do.
I have to say, though, saying I have all the cards but Koufax and Griffey is like when Shaq boasted that he had won at every level except college and pros.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah, it's a ridiculous format. It was fun to build the first time, I will say. I enjoyed building it the first time, but
yeah,
it's a bit silly.
All right, so next
one is the OOTP era cap. The next two, by the way, are basically, they're in quicks right now. They sit in quicks usually for hours, so you can play them. You don't have to queue.
Which reminds me, can we get a cut on, if anyone's listening, can we get a cut on several of these?
Well, OOTP era is now at 39, so it's been another 3 hours.
I'm happy to drop from that one if it'll help somebody fill it.
Have we ever managed to go down? We've tried before, but I don't know it's ever actually been successful.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I ever were to try, the thing is the terms of service are pretty clear. You can't build like an auto enter thing bot, but
yeah,
if anyone were doing that, I would hope that they would at least not be number 33.
Yeah, you give people a lot of credit there.
Yeah.
Anyway, OOTP era cap. That's modern.
Yes. Modern, obviously 1999 to live.
Yep. Cap number is about 10.
So what are we running in this? We're probably running a mixture of something like 4 and 6 ish, and maybe I can convince Kidneys to let me run Jose Lima.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably not.
With the future legends now, if any potential he had for playability is.
You said 10 was the.
Yeah, it's about 10.
Okay.
The key Mathis is
clearly Mathis.
Mathis.
I mean, he's eligible. He's eligible. It's a cap.
You play him.
You play him. I think it's that simple.
Yep.
I've got this as being a little bit cheaper than the SE cap.
That's something.
If that helps. Yeah. I mean, because you mainly just have to buy a Griffey, and then you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, easy, no problem.
I mean, you're going to tell me that I should also buy an Ichiro, but I'm going to disagree with you.
I am going to tell you that.
And I'm going to disagree with you.
I don't like him as much for tournaments as League, but I still like him.
Accessibility.
It's not that bad, I don't think, but it's still not great.
There are a lot of cards in here that you need for missions anyway.
Yeah. I think maybe it's like a C or D. Because I don't think it's quite an F, even though it's obviously very expensive. A lot of the expense comes from a very small number of cards.
Right, but they provide a big edge.
They do provide a big edge.
I think we can bump it up to a C in part because you're not going to have to spend a lot of time queuing for it.
Yeah, that's true.
The edge is pretty big.
The edge is definitely, pretty nice. Especially if you have a Griffey.
Wish I had a Griffey.
I really
Um,
should have bought one.
I
I should have just
to
done it.
yeah.
I didn't.
I was gonna buy one, but I was about 2 million points short.
See, I could have got there, but I'd had to sell so much stuff, and I didn't think it was worth it. But in hindsight, it was probably worth it.
The problem is, it didn't seem worth buying a Griffey without buying a Koufax.
Yeah, that's sort of what I eventually came to. But I still think it was probably right to do it.
Yeah. Um, yes, the edge is at least good. Um, and is this diamond or choice? I forget.
It's diamond packs, which is one of the reasons that it struggles to fill, probably.
Okay. So we got diamond packs. You actually do have a decent size edge, though, I think. All right, and then finally we've got the daily live cap, right?
Yep, the live cap.
What's the cap number on that?
Which has just gone up to 33.
Of course it has.
Cap number is 13.
I guess we forgot to ask for a cut. I'll admit I did not post asking for a cut. I assumed someone else would.
Someone did ask for a cut. Without success, unfortunately.
Oh well.
No.
So what did you say the cap number was? Sorry.
About 13.
13. Okay. The key Mathis here is not Mathis.
No. It's actually interesting. I don't know. It might be Otani.
I think
it might also be Gallo.
it actually might be Gallo.
It could even be Brett Phillips, but probably it's Gallo or Otani.
Especially if Gallo sticks at third.
Yeah.
Let's go Otani. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, did Otani go down as a pitcher a lot? If Otani went down as a pitcher a lot, then it might not be Otani. I've not looked. That's a very good point. I'm sure he did well as a batter in the last update, though. But he did not pitch particularly well. Let's see.
Well, but pitching well doesn't help you, does it?
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. That's the fun of life.
It didn't help Yuri Perez.
It didn't help you. Oh, yeah, Otani got wrecked as a pitcher. Yeah, it's not Otani anymore. All right, good point, chat. Really, he barely got his batting numbers touched. He had, the best month ever.
Possibly one of the best months in the history of baseball.
Yeah, okay, so it probably is Gallo then, if Otani is no longer a real two-way.
So it looks like it's going to cost you about $160K for a full build here, which makes sense.
Yeah, that's about right.
But there's actually a huge edge for having the right cards here. So this is not a bad format, kind of as we looked at before.
No, I mean
the accessibility is good. It's still an A for accessibility, I think, because you can sell the cards back.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, buying lives and playing all the live VO3s and the live dailies and the couple live weeklies are pretty good. The problem is you have to raise 300K to begin with to do it.
Yes.
So if you can do that, honestly, buying the live perfects and the other good lives and playing all these live formats is a pretty decent thing to do.
Yeah, because I think the edge here is pretty substantial because a lot of people jump in without those cards. So it's probably an A for edge also. And then what are we?
Diamonds, which is another, again why it has,
which is another problem.
Struggles to fill, but
let's try it that way instead.
But yeah, it's I mean, it seems like that's sort of the answer here, is that at least we haven't gotten to the weeklies yet, but there are a couple of live weeklies, is that buying the live cards and playing a lot of live formats is about as good as you're going to do.
So if you look at the ones that are bringing value back pretty quickly, the live one's great. A couple of these silver ones were really good. The daily late silver was absolutely excellent. But at the same time, I think if you're basically trying to play about, 6 or 7 of these, because some of them have long queue times, I don't think we're getting up to 300,000.
Well, I mean,
Or
okay,
at
so
least the only way you're getting up to like 300,000 points a week doing all this is if you're playing some of these formats like the SE cap. So if you're playing the SE cap where you don't need a long time to queue and there's a big edge, then you can get your 300,000 a week. But the problem is you needed 4.5 million points to
well,
build that roster.
let's look at lives, because I don't know that lives are that far off. I mean, they're sort of disparate, and there are two weeklies that we haven't touched on yet. But they're basically a live open and a live cap that's slightly tighter.
Okay, so let's say you played all of them. So let's say you played the daily live. There's no live iron, live bronze, live.
Well,
silver.
no, I don't even think the live bronze and silver you have to queue for a long time. So I wouldn't even say those. I just say like live BO3 plus the open lives.
So the problem with the open lives is that they're all paying the diamond packs, which is like half the value of the choice pack.
No, it's not great, but at least
So
you can get
adding them up, I'm getting 100K a week.
Well, you can play live BO3. You can be able to play some live BO3s too, and you get the two weeklies. I don't know how far off it is. It probably is a little off, but
it's probably you could get up to 150 if you're pretty good about it.
Yeah, 150, 200. It's not the especially live cap always gets the quicks. If it ever gets cut, that's an amazing format. Then it's 64 team weekly. You can get actually a real edge in.
Yeah, that's true.
So that might be the way to go. There are there's some weeklies that maybe could be interesting. I don't know that we have time to do all those right now since there's plenty of them. But like the well, I guess the gold and silver and bronze are all 256s now, so those are basically dailies. But yeah, like the live cap, the live open, this Monday bronze cap is pretty good.
Yeah.
The high iron floor silver cap is playable. This mishmash is just weird. You can spike that one.
Well, so we could. So would you rather? We could cut the stream off here and do the weeklies Friday, assuming it's a smaller
We
set.
could try to go through them. I mean, there's 20 of them, so it might take a bit.
We're not good at quick, are we?
We're not good at quick.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine trying to do this Friday instead for the others, but just maybe kind of summarizing where we're at. Well, first off, kind of summarizing what we think we've picked up. So, if you look at, first off, the quicks, kind of as we expected, the best one, if you're really willing to take all of the time spamming everything, is this gold. The main problem is you're still just not getting enough to be able to compete if you're only playing gold quicks.
Right.
And there's kind of no good way around it, because since it's all coming from standard packs, it's that much harder to even get like choice pack luck or something.
Right.
If you're just opening 125 standard packs a week, like you're going to hit your average by the end of the cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could play like the gold cap, as well, and that will give you a little extra, but not a ton.
No, but I mean, it's 20K a week at the cost of one of the slots, or.
Yeah, I mean, you might if you live in the U.S., you're probably sleeping, so you're not losing any queuing time. So you can squeeze a little more, but.
Right. So that one's probably just so the quicks I think are not a viable way to compete in the game. I think unless the quicks had sort of double the prize pool.
The gold quicks I think are a way that you can kind of, if you build up the whole year, have like one shot to hit the meta at just the right time, and have like 3-4 weeks where you have a team that can compete.
Yeah, so it is at least the case with the quicks that, like, for the gold quick, the cards you buy usually pay for themselves within a few weeks, so it is at least profitable.
Right.
I don't think it's profitable enough, but it is at least profitable.
If you save up and you do some good live spec, and you sort of just are very patient, you might be able to kind of, eke out enough to find a timing to sort of go for it.
Yeah, so I rock this. If you're looking at bronzes, I think for bronze we're estimating here it's more like 53K. So like 53 packs per week would be like roughly what looks sustainable. Because the bronzes take longer to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think basically if you're playing Quicks, it's nice because you can learn to optimize it. It's good for learning to optimize rosters. But I think you have absolutely no chance of competing in this game if your primary income is coming from running Quicks.
Unless it's gold Quicks and you're willing to be able to compete for only a very short window. Then I think you could do it.
I think even that's going to be tough. Because the problem is there's going to have to be a window if you're doing that where you're buying a 2 million point LE. And 2 million points is going to be like 4 months of savings.
Well, no, I mean, sort of get everything but the 2 million point LE.
Right, but as both of us have learned trying to bash our head against that particular wall, that's not enough to compete.
It is difficult. I mean, the problem is like I guess maybe. So when I was trying to build for Perfect League last week, I mean, usually the way that I try to build a Perfect League is I look at the cards I don't have and I try to make them bad. And basically the conclusion I came to was it is impossible to make Koufax and Griffey bad.
Right.
Like there's no park or build or any combination of anything I can do to make them bad.
Yeah, I agree. That was, I found sort of some weird setups to try, and I didn't ever make them bad. I just made them a little bit less dominant.
Right. And so I ended up going for some other stuff where I tried to make some cards that other people were playing bad that I could try to work around, but I just couldn't do it. So I was basically just accepting that my team was going to be not the best team for the build I was trying to run.
Right.
And you can get lucky with that,
right.
but
so
you can't really succeed that way.
Right. So I think the takeaway message is something like the following. If you were trying to run Quicks as a way of competing and you think you're going to have a shot at like playing up there with the top teams, you do not have a shot at doing that if you're playing OOTP 24. If you're going to do that, you will not be able to do that without sort of spending additional money out of pocket if you're playing Quicks. So there are fun reasons to play Quicks, that's fine. Don't play Quicks thinking that it's a way to compete. As for weeklies, can you compete playing weeklies? Well, again, we want to get to this 300,000 a week. Okay. Now, if I really could play every single weekly in the week competitively, right? Let's say I were able to play every single weekly.
A daily, you mean?
So every single daily. That's about 790,000 points a week.
Right, which is plenty.
Which is plenty.
Yeah.
In practice, from a queuing point of view, you can't hit that. You can only queue for something like half of these. What I've found is that owning most of the cards to compete in most of these formats and optimizing my builds, I'm probably getting to 200 to 300K from dailies.
Yeah, I mean it's tough because I play a lot of weeklies too, so I'm not sure
right,
how to split those apart.
No, I play weeklies also. That's what I'm saying. So from dailies, I'm probably getting to 200 to 300.
Just dailies? I doubt it's that high. I think from dailies plus weeklies, it might be that high. Maybe probably higher than that actually.
So I've been taking advantage of the fact that most weeklies don't fill on time to kind of squeeze extra dailies in.
Yeah, no, I mean I try to do that. Though I'm also doing the silly thing that I've done every week every period where I try to make every PTCS, which absolutely cuts down on the ability to queue.
Yeah, that definitely cuts down.
But I mean that seems like, I guess if you don't enter every weekly, I like to play every weekly. So
I'd like to play every weekly.
From a value point of view,
I'd like to play every weekly,
anyway.
but from a value, yeah. So I think if you focus on weeklies, I think you can come close, but I still don't think you can quite make it unless you start with a card pool to begin with. So remember, I'm coming at this
Oh,
having most of the card pool
yeah,
so that I don't have to spend on the cards to say run the OOTP era cap
yeah,
or to run, you know, the low diamond cap. You know, I have a Fox. I have, when we go through these list of key cards, I have all of those. If I
yeah.
had
I
to
mean,
start by spending 2 million points buying the cards to compete, then I'd be completely stuck.
right.
Um,
Jumping in mid cycle has always been extremely difficult, and it is even more difficult this year than it was before.
yeah,
Um, yeah, you just if you didn't start at the beginning of the cycle or very close to it, you're gonna have to spend. There's just really no other way.
right.
Uh,
Um, so I think the problem is if you're now behind and you're trying to find a way to get there, you have to get there from prizes. So yeah, Hero Drive, you're mentioning different options. So PT Live, it's fun, but PT Live's not a source of income in this game.
what do you mean? You can make 600 points a week? That's pretty good.
I can make 600 points a week. Yes. No, I can make a few
It's
hundred
probably more
points
like
a week.
1,500 or
I can
something. But yeah.
I think the top teams are making 2 or 3K a week. Plus, there are a few packs for for monthly things.
Great.
Um, but yeah, you're not PT Live. You're doing because it's fun. You're not doing because it's a source of income. Um,
Yeah.
anyone who, like me, is not getting all 5 drops tonight because of the Twitch issue has lost more in value than you're going to get from playing PT Live for the week, or actually for the next 2 weeks, because this week
Right.
with the All-Star break.
Well, as people pointed out, you make more from challenge mode than you do from PT Live.
Yes, that's actually true. Um, so it's fun, but it's not a source of income. And if you're playing tournaments as a source of income, what that says is don't play the quicks. Uh, always play dailies or weeklies. And if you look at the dailies, we again kind of are finding that there are only specific formats that really are bringing back points. So this daily late silver looks like a really good one. I can
Right. I mean, the problem with a lot of
highlight that maybe.
these low tier ones, you have to queue for many hours. Um,
Yeah, so that looks like a really good one. You are queuing for a bunch of hours, but maybe that's okay to use a slot for a bunch of hours. I mean, you know, not everyone does want to sit in front of the computer kind of spamming quicks the whole day.
no, of course, yeah.
Um,
And also, I mean, I don't think having a game that the way to compete is to sit in front of your computer and click the same button over and over again is particularly great.
yeah, so this is a good combination. There are a couple others that are nice. So the daily early bronze, I wanted to say was really nice. The problem is if you haven't managed to find an Eldred for that format, you don't have the ability to do so anymore. So the fact that that's a limited edition card really hurts. In the same way that there are a few of these other formats where I guess to me that's the most damaging choice that's been made from a card release point of view has been these low tier LEs that are key meta cards, because it means if you try to jump into them late, you don't have the ability to jump into like Iron and Bronze and just start playing something and having some success.
Yeah, it's certainly difficult.
And making Matheson Iron was a similar thing. Yeah, I understand the point that they were trying to make about how everyone evaluates capture ability wrong. I understand thematically why the choice was made to make this a 50 overall card. But it actually means that new players can't just make an account and play Iron.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult for me to know what to suggest to someone who's just kind of jumping into the game now, because Iron costs you 70K, and Iron is also honestly a pretty difficult format. It takes a lot of building and managing to do well in Iron. Bronze is much easier to play, but it costs twice as much and needs a card you can't acquire.
Right.
Um,
and you don't really want to tell a new player, here's the thing, I'll help you out with a build. Oh, wait, the most important card in this format's one you're never allowed to have.
Right. So that, yeah, I mean, bronze has kind of always been, I think, the starting place for most people, or should have been. But now I really don't know what I would suggest, because you can play this daily live, which is not going to be super optimized, but you need to find 300k to play it first. You can play gold, but gold is optimized to the gills, and you need to really know what you're doing to get any kind of edge there. You're just going to get crushed over and over again.
Yeah, and generally the problem is that if you, let's say you were able to play all of these formats and you wanted to make 800,000 a week, and I actually gave you the queue space to play all of them, okay? The problem is it's also going to take you 15 million points to do that, and so it's going to take you 20 weeks to earn those points back anyway.
Right.
So
there's be some overlap in cards, but yeah.
No, I was trying to include that. I mean, if I actually add up the numbers in that format, if I actually just add up the numbers, it'll be bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because that's about what a league team costs.
So yeah, pretty much.
That figures.
So that's the problem. Is I think at this stage, what I've kind of concluded is, as a free-to-play player, I don't see how to make this work.
I think
I can get lucky.
You can make it work as a free-to-play player who's been playing since the beginning of the game, who doesn't care about PTCS qualifications, and who is pretty experienced and kind of knows what they're doing. But as someone who's jumping in the middle of the cycle, or is new to the game,
but now you're describing maybe 5 people, and probably all 5 of them actually are interested in PTCS. But also from a game design point of view, there's an emphasis on making the PTCS an important thing.
Right. Well, another thing is, if we're saying that a top meta league team costs 15 million points, whatever it is, even if all the cards were available now, which they're not, that would still cost what, $7,500, something like that.
Yeah.
It's not even someone who wants to come in and pay can't even do it necessarily.
Right.
That it's just the way that the game has been set up. Getting in the middle of the cycle has been made to be effectively impossible.
Right, which is exactly the opposite of what you want. You want a pathway for new teams to compete.
Yeah.
So, I think the best version of this I've seen. Again, I haven't played all of the OTPs. I started in 22, but in 22 there was a really nice setup where there was kind of a pathway laid out from the beginning, and you were told these missions are going to be what you need to get big end game cards. These are the other missions and other things that you don't need if you just want to focus on the end game, but are going to help you get short-term things that really help in the meta.
I think 22 was. I think the best actually in the ability to do that was 20, but that was because basically no one knew what was going on at all. Everyone was clueless, myself included. So everyone was just kind of doing stuff randomly, and so you could compete pretty fast if you figured out anything.
Yeah.
But kind of once everyone sort of had more time with the game and figured out what was going on and how to understand the market and tournaments, because they were new in 20, things got a lot more difficult. 22 went pretty well from that point of view, I thought.
Yeah. So I think this is where I'm kind of stuck. I'm sort of concluding that even for, a player like me, where I have most of the resources I can get as a free-to-play player, and I have a pretty good idea of, how I should be building tournament rosters and optimizing them, I still don't think I can compete. And if a new player were to ask me, should I join, should I start playing at this stage in the game, the problem is I think it might be better to actually tell them, no, you should join at the beginning of 25.
Yeah, I'd probably say, you can join to understand how the game works and the fundamentals, but you shouldn't expect to have any success.
Right. But the problem is that having success is what makes games sticky.
Yeah.
You know, like like you think about this from a teaching point of view or something, right? You know, if you're trying to teach somebody anything, kind of you want them to be successful. You know, if you're having, any kind of skill, or like, puzzle design, that's something I'm actually doing a lot of, because we got stuck writing the MIT Mystery Hunt this year, and
okay.
Technically that's a prize. But one of the things when you write a puzzle that you kind of explain to people is, it's really easy to write a puzzle it's really easy for me to write a puzzle you can't solve.
Right, of course.
I mean, it's basically called encryption.
Right. Well, you could do a million things. Guess the number I'm thinking of, or whatever is a puzzle you can't solve.
Exactly. What makes a really good puzzle is that the author understands that in the end they have to lose. What gets people to keep coming back and trying something is they have to work at it a little bit, but they also have a measure of success that, gives them like the positive, memories to want to come back and do that again. Right?
Yeah.
And so I think if you're going to introduce someone to OOTP, you want to be able to get them to like win some things. You don't want to come in and say, well, why don't you try the game, but you have no chance of competing in this thing until next year. I mean, that's like 9 months away. How many people put 9 months into a game without ever having any measure of success? So like, if you're going to do that, you need to find a way to have like newbie only tournaments, or like something where, like there's a way for everyone else to do that. Yeah, EVC, exactly. That like if you're designing something like Spelling Bee, it's okay to have like one or two occasional ones that are really hard, right? But generally people have to have enough success that they feel it's fun and they want to come back and do it again.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that the points we were making about low-level leagues is interesting, because most people, if your goal is to get as high in the league as you can make it to Diamond, if that's like what you're trying to do. It's very doable. So I sort of understand, like, okay, it's great, you're competing in silver or bronze with your live rewards, and you're winning, and that feels great. But really you're not kind of playing the game entirely
right
at that level.
Yeah, I think that's right. Try to be just everywhere you want to be. Right, but the problem is this is also what's critical for the long-term health of the game, because, like as a game designer, look, if let's say that I'm one of the players that is willing to spend a lot of money to get better cards. The reason I'm doing that is of course because I want to win, but also because I want to beat people. If you don't have an influx of people to play against me, then I'm very quickly going to stop spending money to try to beat them.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, also we've seen it. People who come in mid-cycle, they want to spend money. They say, "I want to buy a, Koufax or Griffey or whatever," and the answer is, you can spend all the money in the world and you will not get one.
Right.
So it doesn't even accomplish the goal of getting people to spend money. It just makes everyone unhappy after the cards are no longer accessible to the people who got them at that point.
Yeah.
So
But I think for this it's actually a different issue. I think the problem here is, you know, at the low end, it's a different set of Ellies that have killed that. That
Yeah,
like really something like Cal Eldred just needs to be available for new cards to come in.
yeah. I mean, I think Eldred is less of a problem than like a Lenny Randall. Lenny Randall has turned out to be a really big problem.
Yeah.
Um, you know, Eldred is not going to. Eldred plays in bronze. He's a really good bronze pitcher, but he only plays in bronze and some caps occasionally. Randall plays in every iron floor cap, like every single one. He's the best 40.
And the SE cap, he's an absolutely critical card.
Right, and so it doesn't. It's this kind of unassuming card, right? I mean, you look at this card. It has mostly no batting, and it doesn't play great defense, but it's just kind of a critical card because of the way the game works. And if you didn't realize that when the card was in packs, you're just sort of out of luck. I mean, there's one up now for 100K. It's probably worth buying, in all honesty, for that.
Yeah. I think if I didn't have one, I would. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do think there's another fix to this. The biggest problem I think on the tournament side is basically that the rewards aren't good enough. So if all of the rewards played and the key cards were sort of tournament cards, then I think there would be a pathway for the tournament players to compete. But part of the problem is you can just sort of look at the size of the rewards for tournaments, and by having the choice packs, what that's done is that's essentially killed the value of even the good tournament rewards because they come out too quickly.
Right.
If there were high-end tournament rewards that were, I remember in 22, there were tournament rewards that would be a couple million points and would stay a couple million points for a while. Like there was a Hines.
22. That Paul Hines played the whole cycle. That was an amazing card.
Yeah.
But the thing is, in 22 we had no choice pack, so some tournaments then would never fill because the top reward was some really poor 100 that no one wanted, and then no one bothered entering the thing, and the thing would be in quicks for 2 days.
And the big problem here is that as more choice packs come out, the value goes down, and then everything gets that much harder.
Yeah.
So like watch what happens if we just sort of let the choice packs decline in value. Why did that not update? I thought that was going to update.
You might have the auto update thing off. Excel is very finicky.
Is there a setting I'm missing that?
Not sure. Isn't there some auto formula thing? I think there is. Yeah, calculation options, that's it. That might be on manual, then it's 30.
Okay, well, and in any event, the point is, if the choice packs go down in value, everything gets worse as far as kind of the tournament stuff. And, we're basically stuck, we're not expecting a refresh in tournament packs for another couple months.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't know, maybe you have thoughts about this, but I've put this on the Discord before, and I've seen a couple of people do it also. Someone bought the Randall. That's great. Well, it wasn't mine, to be clear.
No, I wouldn't. If it were mine, I wouldn't have sold it for 100K.
Yeah. To introduce a second currency, which you get for winning tournaments, and then so all tournaments just reward this currency, and then you can use this currency to buy packs or players or whatever else you want. But the players don't have cost based on their tier; they have cost based on their power level. So, like Lenny Randle might cost as much as might cost more than a 100 Willie Davis, for example.
Well, I think there's a big problem with that, which is one of the things we've seen repeatedly this cycle is that it's difficult. They're having trouble figuring out how good cards actually are.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that you have a model that can actually do that because at least some people who are playing the game do. So I figure the developers can also. But I think that would fix a lot of the problems because then you can make it, for example, if you want a Dave Bancroft, maybe it costs you 3 full weekly wins for a Dave Bancroft.
Right. Yeah, I think what they'd probably have to do instead, if it's difficult to evaluate, is they have a lot of information from what people are actually picking.
Yeah, just let the price go up when people buy the card. That makes sense too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
So just have something where the price slowly declines when it's every day it's not bought, and goes up with a little bit of a spike every time it's bought.
Yeah, that would work. And then you can let people buy standard packs with those tournament points also in this shop. So if they don't want the tournament rewards, the cards that will mostly be for playing in tournaments, then they can buy packs and try to pull e-cards or whatever.
Right. Yeah, that could work.
Because I think the choice packs are kind of fundamentally flawed. Even if you make all the cards really good, you still have this issue where the prices get homogenized quickly, and you'll never be able to make all the cards equal.
I agree, but at least if you make all of the cards more viable, then
it would take longer for that process to happen, but it would still happen. I mean,
right? But it's a process that's supposed to happen because with power creep, you know that cards are going to get replaced anyway. So
right.
It's always supposed to be the case that the cards that you're getting out of tournaments now won't be playable in 4 months. The problem is they need to be playable now.
No, I agree with that. I mean, the thing is that if you want to make the choice packs actually sort of work, I think you need to make all the cards in a particular choice pack very similar in terms of power level, not just playable, not playable, very similar. So you have to make actual choices because even if you make one card a little better, which you're going to sort of do inevitably, right? You'll never make every card equal. It's just not possible. Then people will just pick that one, and its price will go down too quickly.
Right. Well, I think ideally what you do is there are enough different formats. What you try to do is you try to release tournament cards as things that are dominant in some ways and flawed in some ways, so that they're well adapted to specific formats, but there isn't one that plays across all of them.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean,
that's the way I would try to design it.
Like that set, which one was it? It was the third top set, right? The one with the Votto and the...
Yeah.
There were a lot of cards that we sort of thought we could find formats where we wanted to play them, but we weren't sure if they'd be used in this way or that way, or it wasn't clear to us, what the best thing to do with it was. And those cards are really interesting, even though in the end, I've played only a few of them. I'm much happier with that than something like Future Legends 1, where I played every card immediately, but I just basically tore my whole silver build to pieces and replaced it with the new cards.
Pretty much, yeah.
That was great because my team got better, but it wasn't very interesting because everyone else's team got better too, and it wasn't hard to figure out which cards were better than the other ones because they had 10 more points every rating.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, they're. It seems like even in the current state, there's some very, very narrow pathway that some people could sort of snake through that might let you kind of stay reasonably viable for some decent time period. But yeah, I mean, certainly for anyone who's newer to the game or starting in the middle or, not spending an inordinate amount of time playing a game that you don't really need to spend an inordinate amount of time playing because it doesn't, there's no
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a
tangible
problem
rewards,
because I see a lot of the purpose of this stream is trying to help players that might be new to tournaments figure out how to get into tournaments. And
yeah, and that's very important for the health of the game.
And if I can't figure out how to get myself into tournaments, it's really hard for me to tell other people what to do with it.
Yeah.
Like I think I'm kind of at the point of concluding that I should sort of give up for the cycle.
Yeah, which I mean, we've seen some people do that, and it's definitely not a great place to be. That is happening. Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult because I mean, like, okay, we've gone through 28 dailies today and a few quicks, and really, how many of these can we recommend to a new player at this point in the game? Like, let's say they have B or above for both.
Right.
It's like
So
two,
I think
three.
the ones that we felt were sort of, both accessible and rewarding. Okay, Daily Live Cap actually is a really good format. I think that's one we recommend.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, daily light silver, but you have to queue for it for a long time. Um,
and
yeah, daily live,
Daily Late
some of the live
Silver we
stuff.
thought is a good one. That's also a good one if you want to get into building historical rosters because you can do it cheaply. Um, but they're not things that let you keep up with the meta, even if you get good at these formats.
Yeah. Well, I say so. 23 is interesting because 23, I think, actually had some of the same problems. They were just not as they were masked a bit more by the lack of these LEs that sort of dominated things. Like the choice pack issues are still there. Some of the stuff with relatively not rewarding tournaments were there because there were only 10 dailies and you had to queue for them for a really long time. It's just that kind of the issues have been made more apparent, I think, this year by particularly cards like Kofax and Griffey and Randall and Mathis and Eldred.
And I think it's actually more the low tier ones. The thing is, last year, they made it difficult. The choice packs kind of hurt the tournament value on the high end, but there was enough tournament value on the low end that I could still kind of get a new player to play the game, have some measure of success, and like build toward being able to start at the beginning of a next cycle.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that was also because of this bronze double elimination thing.
Yeah, that was a really good format for new players.
Yeah, Snailman, I think Platinum Series, as much as people complained about it, actually is something like that is pretty good, even though you do have time-limited cards. I'd like to see it that there was some way to get them after the time ran out, probably, but I like that it was at least an attempt to kind of remove some of the just giant amount of 3-month-old stuff that you didn't want to pull out of packs anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're getting it back this year, but I think that was an interesting experiment.
Yeah, I think it was a little tough for a player that came in late, and sort of missed Platinum 1 or something. They didn't have a way back in, but part of what it did was it kind of kept the power creep going a little bit better too.
Yeah, and I mean Platinum 4 was pretty big step up, but yeah, certainly 1 through 3, I agree with that. Like the combination of Platinum 4 and I think it was CC5 at this couple weeks really just sort of skyrocketed the league meta forwards in a way that probably was not ideal, I don't think. But
yeah, so I think there are always going to be some number of balance. It's really difficult to balance things exactly.
Oh, of course, yeah. No, I mean you're always going to get like that where you release some big set and there's a power spike, and it's unless you're releasing cards one at a time, there's not really a way around it, probably.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean,
so
go ahead.
Like having something where I don't know how well this would work, but like, you could sort of, some of the spotlight packs, when you win a standard pack, you can kind of choose which, sort of time period of cards you want to pull from, and then put the later cards in more missions so they keep their value. Like something like that might work, because then at least, you're not going to pull, I don't know, Richard Hidalgo or whatever that you will never play anywhere at this point in the game, and be really annoyed about that because you got this historical perfect and it was very exciting, and then you got a kind of not very useful card. Then at least you can choose, okay, if I don't want to try for missions from the first month, then I can try for some meta cards from the newer months that maybe aren't in missions yet, but you could play some places.
Yeah, I could see that. So I think, look, we haven't looked at the weeklies yet, so we'll look at the weeklies Friday, and we'll kind of see if that's, more of a solution.
Yeah, I think there are some weeklies that are pretty good, and then there are some that are very expensive.
Yeah, so we'll kind of see what we get out of those. But basically, I do think there's been a lot of discussion about why are tournaments not filling and kind of what's happening, and is this a problem? And I think if you kind of look at a chart like this, the ones that are having trouble filling, are basically the ones that are less accessible but also less profitable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As to is it a problem, I think, yeah, very clearly it is a problem. I really don't know how you can look at this and think it's not a problem. We have, we're in the middle of the baseball season. It's the All-Star break. People are going to be playing as much as they will at any point now, or they should be. And we have, every day 5+10 tournaments that go into quicks? Like, that doesn't seem like things are healthy to me.
Yeah. But I would still say that, if you're looking at playing anything, don't play quicks. You still are better off trying to play a few of the dailies that are better formats, even if they have long queue times. That's ultimately, I think, going to be more profitable than playing the quicks.
Yeah, I think so. Probably, I guess it looks like from this, my advice to a new player would be sell off stuff, try to buy the good live cards until you can build up enough to buy all the good live cards, and then just play live for a month and sell them off and repeat.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. Yeah, and,
but you're
you might qualify for a few of the PTCS things or something like that along the way.
Well, you'll qualify for wild card and open because the number of points required to qualify for those are very low.
Yeah.
And probably weekly too. You won't be able to compete in those because wildcard, weekly, and open tend to be formats that you need meta hundreds for.
Right. Well, that was the other thing is, the other problem is that we're encouraged to invest a bunch in PTCS, but then the format came out, required a bunch of cards released right before the tournament, but then the prizes were unplayable.
Well, I like Ichiro. I'm definitely going to argue for Ichiro as a playable card, but yeah, for the most part, they're certainly not the strongest prizes we've ever seen.
Doesn't he have to hit in order to be playable?
No. We play Dave Bancroft, he doesn't hit.
But Dave Bancroft walks. He gets on base.
Ichiro will get on base, he'll just hit singles instead of walks.
No, he won't.
He'll bunt for singles, he'll be fine.
Bancroft is about as good a bunter as Ichiro.
I don't think Ichiro's going to hit. I do think Ichiro will play defense and hit as much as Bancroft. Probably more than Bancroft.
Okay, hold on. Bancroft... Let me find his bunting. Bancroft
Ichiro's like 115 bunting.
Okay. Bancroft is 100 bunt for hit. 100 sacrifice
Ichiro's
bunt.
114 bunt for hit.
Okay, so Ichiro will bunt for hit a little bit better.
And 120 base running. The BABIP is... He'll still get singles.
Yeah, but in order to base run, don't you have to... get on base, that's the one. Don't you have to get on base?
He'll get singles. He'll be fine.
Okay, but how is he going to get singles?
By hitting them between infielders.
Yeah, but the way the game is set up... So here's the problem, right? if you're gonna make a card which is overwhelmingly good in some single attribute, here, one sec. I can put up. Let me put up.
I mean, it does also help.
Let me put up Ichiro. Okay.
It does also help him, I think, that a couple of the new pitchers have relatively low PBABIPs.
Yeah, but then you just.
Like,
I mean, but if this is the kind of card you're playing against, right? If this is the kind of card you're playing against, usually what you're doing is sort of anything the batters are good at. It costs you something to get pitchers that prevent. So, if you've got a batter that's got a lot of power, you have to have a pitcher with home run prevention in order to handle that. And it costs you something in terms of like the overall to prevent homers. But the problem is that pitcher BABIP comes essentially for free. So making Ichiro useless, I don't have to worry about power, I don't have to worry about I just have to worry about BABIP. And
yeah, but I mean, you're not going to be able to play all PBABIP guys because you can still have to deal with
the problem is this guy can't hit Tyler Clippard.
But no one's playing Tyler Clippard because the other people will hit him. Like, A-Rod's going to crush Tyler Clippard.
I still think, I actually tried to work out kind of how much BABIP I have to give the card in order to make it competitive. What this reminds me a lot of is people look at this big BABIP number and say, wow, that's a big BABIP number. But the model just disagrees. I mean, this is kind of like when Edwin Diaz last year had, was it 213 or something?
Yeah, it was an absurd amount of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, some absurd amount of stuff. But it didn't work.
But I mean, if Ichiro's playing against Zach Greinke, he's going to hit Zach Greinke.
So Con, yeah, and every pitcher's the same overall, but they're not really the same overall. There's still some power level in there. Like most hundreds that you're playing in league are more than 100.
Yeah, but I mean, like, okay, so like the league pitchers, right? I mean, if he's playing against, Jenkins and
but no one should be playing Jenkins.
Why not? Jenkins is good. I like Jenkins. I mean, Jenkins is not that. I mean,
but Jenkins probably will get him out. I mean, Jenkins has enough pitcher BABIP to get him out.
Well, Jenkins, yeah. It's really, I guess it's Greinke, really. That's the one. Like Greinke, like he's just gonna hit Greinke, for sure. A lot of Greinkes.
Okay, but there shouldn't be that many Greinkes. And Ichiro, but also Ichiro prefers to hit lefties, and Greinke's a righty. But you're right. With the pitcher BABIP, he'll probably get some hits.
But like, Greinke is so good against, Gary. Well, Gary gets BABIP actually also, but like, I don't know, Rodriguez maybe, or I don't know who else. Mantle. Probably Mantle's a good example. Actually, Mantle has a lot of BABIP too. Anyway, you're going to get
they pretty much all have BABIP.
Yeah.
Eddie Matthews. He'll get Eddie Matthews.
He'll get Eddie Matthews out.
Okay. So I don't know. I shouldn't have sold my Eddie Matthews, is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, I don't know how long Greinke lasts, but for now at least, I mean, the thing is, it seems like the way
I'm already running him out of the pen if I'm running him, right?
It seems like the way that a lot of new pitchers have been made good is to leave the PBABIP kind of alone and to move everything else up. Right, like Scherzer, for example. Right, like this PBABIP is not anything special. You just, Robin Roberts has had that for ages.
So I think there's like basically. So I tried to work this out. I think there are two things you can do that will make Ichiro playable. One is you can give him about 40 more points of BABIP, and it really has to be about 40 points. The other is by far my preferred solution. So if you look at all of the PTCS rewards, they have two things in common from this cycle, as best I can tell. Right? So you've got this Ichiro. I've got this up on screen now, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You got this Ichiro. Okay. Then you had Wade Boggs, again, like sort of a BABIP heavy, third base bat, with not quite the glove you want, but good error, but like good error for a third baseman. It's the wrong shape, but it's good error.
Yeah, I think this card's decent. I think it's like not a little better than Gunnar Henderson, but pretty similar.
It would have been a lot better if they hadn't released a Ryan Sandberg to counterfeit him, and then an A-Rod to counterfeit Ryan Sandberg.
Well, okay, yes, that is a problem. But the card itself is like sort of somewhere.
The card itself would have been vaguely playable if not for the two better things they released even before the tournament had started a week later.
Yeah, well, sure.
You've got this Jerry Royce, kind of a PBABIP control heavy reverse split card. Then we add this King Kelly, which is like a catcher with a good bat who just can't be a catcher.
Yeah, I don't. This card I don't understand. I will say.
Okay, then we had this Schoolboy, who again, really control heavy, card, but the weird shape. And then you had this Jesse Burkett, huge, like almost Ichiro-like huge BABIP. At least he has some eye, which makes so there's probably a better bat than Ichiro.
I'm pretty interested in this. I'm interested in this Burkett if gold had righties, but it doesn't. So I don't.
Well, this might just be a better bat than Ichiro.
Probably
is a better bat than Ichiro.
Might be. I mean, it's certainly worse player. Ichiro has some. Does he have more? No, he has less power. It probably is worse.
But all 6 of those cards have something in common, which is they actually is a simple fix they could do that not only would make all these cards play, would get me interested in League again. Which is they could try running the leagues in like 1919 for a month. And if you did that, Ichiro would be playable.
Or we could just, make pitcher BABIP not quite so oppressive. That would probably be the better solution.
Well, okay, we could fix the baseball model, but but if we're not going to do that, I think if you try to run all these players in dead ball, actually all 6 of them get interesting.
Well, Ichiro is the best dead ball player in the game, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think it's particularly close.
Yeah, and actually the things that make Boggs not quite work at third base are a little bit better in dead ball also.
Yeah. I will say, okay, so the park I ran last week, and I'm running again this week, was this CHS field, which maybe you can put up.
Sure.
But it's basically giant BABIP gap power heavy, no homers. Which is basically a park that...
Where is it?
I think it's in someplace. No, it's further up. It's like a silver or something because it's neutral. It doesn't have right.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're basically trying to make it a dead ball field.
I'm trying to make it a dead ball field, basically. And Ichiro in this park is amazing because not only does he hit singles and doubles, he prevents the opponent from hitting doubles by his good defense.
Yeah. He'd fit that park pretty well. I agree.
So in this park, actually, I think Ichiro is better than Griffey.
No, because Griffey actually gets on base.
Ichiro is going to here. I'm pretty sure.
He still has to hit singles to get on base.
And he has 6 extra range, and I really care at range in that park because I want to stop the opponent from doubling.
Griffey's got like twice the eye.
I'm aware.
And Griffey's probably... Is Griffey even better defensively? Griffey's at least close to as good defensively.
No, he's much worse. He has 6 less range and like 20 less arm.
Okay, so you're gonna get more out of Ichiro defensively.
And that park is gonna help outfield defense a ton because I'm gonna stop the opponent from doubling.
Oh yeah, Ichiro doesn't hit doubles either.
Oh, that's some doubles. Ichiro hit doubles. He has gap power. But the main thing is to stop the opponents from hitting doubles because I have 6 range over the next closest guy. Yeah, yes, Con. You play Griffey and right if you have him, but the point was when I was trying to figure out what I was doing perfectly. One of the things I was thinking about was I don't have any cards that are better than cards other people have, but I could have one on Saturday potentially, and I need to make a park where that's actually a win condition for the playoffs.
Right. Yeah. So I think if they want to run the leagues in dead ball, then that would get interesting.
Yeah, everyone's going to be playing Silver Robin Roberts now instead of 100.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think that would be a fun thing to do. Have the leagues change each week.
Yeah, it would. I think you couldn't do it with like the main league, but I would like to have kind of some longer running like tournament style things. I think I'd be really interested in doing that, but I don't know how many people would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Makes sense. So anyway, we can look at some of the weeklies Friday and see if anything there is, kind of be more viable. But I think that's kind of where I've been stuck. Is I don't see a way to take enough, yeah. I don't see a way to take enough points from tournaments to kind of make this work.
It's difficult. It's definitely difficult. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should try to actually count up how many days we've been managed to play, because that's probably a pretty relevant piece of information, which I don't know.
Yeah. Are you supposed to just play Bob Ferguson until you can get A-Rod? Bob Ferguson's a shortstop.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean, league is going to become more and more. You will need a Dave Bancroft. I think we're very close to the point where you already need a Dave Bancroft.
Right. A-Rod's not a shortstop. A-Rod's a third baseman.
He's a really good third baseman, though.
He is a really good third baseman.
I think he's actually better than Bancroft in most tournaments at shortstop. But
I was still platooning him, which felt a little weird.
Bancroft? No, I mean,
A-Rod.
Okay. I mean, I think you could probably split platoon A-Rod. That seems reasonable.
I still wanted to run Matthews.
Oh, you love Matthews. Then maybe. I don't know. It doesn't feel right somehow. Feels like you should just play A-Rod as short then in tournaments at least. In league, I think you have to play Bancroft basically.
Yeah, I had to play Bancroft. Exactly. I just had to play Bancroft in league.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So I don't know. Hopefully, this was at least somewhat helpful. Trying to go through a few of these. Maybe we'll look at the weekly formats Friday and see what we think. But
yeah, there are some good weeklies that are cheap and you can actually play pretty well. So.
Yeah, but I do think that kind of this calculation is exactly why we're worried.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I will say, like, I haven't. This is a good exercise to do because this was sort of my understanding based on playing a lot, but I hadn't actually sat down to sort of go through it, and it seems like it's more or less confirming what a lot of people have been experiencing. So that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I think these numbers are, at least we're attempting to just make these numbers as honest as we can make them. We're not,
No, I don't think there's any real. I mean, this is obviously an estimate. We're not trying to say like this is the gospel or anything, but
yeah.
Yeah, it definitely. I think it gives a pretty good sense of what's going on in tournaments at the moment. Which is
and the main things that are going to change, essentially are going to be that, that basically these values for packs are going to go down just as more things get ripped. So if the perfect packs here, become worth 100,000 points instead, for example, that still doesn't trigger a recalculation.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's a bit strange.
Okay.
Maybe this is the real. We already got a silver Aussie.
I'm clearly failing at spreadsheets here, but.
Yeah, bronze Aussie was good. Bronze Aussie was a really good card. I like that card. That was also back when you had the BABIP, you couldn't hit home runs at all, except in dead ball. Then you could hit home runs.
Oh, that's why I didn't update, because there aren't any perfect packs in the ones we did. Let me try that again.
That would explain it.
Okay, those update. Yeah. So so if, for example, if we went from kind of what these packs are worth now to kind of what they were worth toward the end of the tournament batch 1. So then the perfect packs were sort of under 100K unless you hit a Campanella, but you'd hit a Campanella, a third of the time or something?
Yeah, about that. I think there were like 16 or 17, so yeah, about there.
So like 150 here. The high diamond probably were going for, 20 and 15 right before the refresh?
Something like that. Maybe a little bit more, but not a lot more. Maybe 25 and 20, I don't know.
Sure, let's try that. The gold were around 7K and the silver like 3 or something.
Yeah, something about that.
So if you run it at something like that, and you kind of see the difference it makes, then kind of even the best that you're doing, like if you run everything at 600K a week, if you could somehow run every single format, so you somehow have to manage to run half of the formats to kind of keep up with the meta. Which
you, in all honesty, probably will not be able to do, especially on 3 slots.
Just with queue time. Just with queue time, you can.
Yeah. Especially on 3 slots. I mean, you on 4 slots. This is a bit of a different calculation. I guess we should probably include drafts in it too, because actually drafts are a place where you do get pretty good edge generally.
Yeah. But they're the draft formats. I mean, the only big point here is that you can see that anything with choice packs is just twice as valuable as anything without, so you want to play the choice pack ones.
Yeah, basically. Those do fill faster.
Or rather, what I should say is you want to play the choice pack ones unless the queue time is basically less than half of the queue time for a non-choice pack.
Or you need the PTCS points. That's also.
Or you need the PTCS points. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good one to wrap up. Or you know what? We could do. We've been bad at drafts before. Should we do one more bad draft on stream and see if we?
Sure, why not? Maybe we'll finally get a good one.
What do you? Should live or should I do the 1922?
Well, I don't know any of the new live cards, so that's going to be a bit tough.
I should definitely do
but
the
it's
live
a choice.
one.
But it's a choice pack, so we should enter it.
All right. Should we do the live one or the 22? Which should we do?
Let's do the live one. What the heck? We can.
We do manage to get bad ones on stream, pretty consistently.
We can see some of the new live cards.
Exactly, bad drafts, or as we call them, drafts. You've all been getting to see what the true streamer luck is.
Just getting abysmal cards over and over.
Well, here we go. We've got. Okay, I've got to ask what Nolan Arenado is doing in that picture.
Dancing, maybe.
I don't know. It looks like he's like trying to play golf. Doesn't it look like he's about to swing at a ball that's like at his shoes?
He's probably a pitch is like hitting him in the back or something. But
it looks like he's about to swing at something that is a 58-foot curveball or something.
Yeah, that could be fun. All right, so we're taking Trout.
Well, okay, let's just look at the new Trout. hasn't changed much. Yeah, I think we're taking Trout, right?
Yeah.
You know what? Hold on. That's what I should do. Since we've got a live model, what I should be doing is I should be pulling up the live model and asking it who we should take, right?
Sure. Why not?
I like it. Hockey slap shot, sword swing.
Oh, who was that? There was that trivia question the other week about the player playing hockey. Maybe it was
It was Kirk McCaskill. Yeah,
it was actually Arenado.
could have been. I have Arenado, by the way, as the second best third baseman still. It looks like.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Oh, it's because it's only doing diamond. Fun. My model does say that the new best diamond live third baseman is Juan Soto.
The bat's good.
Yeah.
The answer is Joey Gallo, but the bat's good.
I don't know if Soto's eligible to play there, but it wants to do it anyway.
All right, let's go Trout. Let's go Trout.
Yeah, I think it's Trout. The funny thing is that Rock was, I'm not sure it's actually wrong, but you can't do it anyway, so I can't try.
Well, there are ways to fool the AI into doing things like that.
Yeah, but when you have to draft no people who are eligible at third. It's going to be really tough.
That's true, because like all the live cards end up being eligible
Yeah.
at third. So my model actually likes this Woodruff, except he has no stamina.
Yeah, I think Woodruff is fine. I mean, he just has very little stamina. Harper is a very good hitter. We could take Harper. But he has no defense, right?
Right. Yeah, all right, I think Woodruff's probably fine then.
Actually, how bad is taking Correa? Probably bad. New Correa is bad. The old Correa was pretty good. I think the new Correa.
The new Correa looks like he.
Yeah, he got a lot worse. Okay, don't
Sean
take him.
Murphy's probably not good enough. Jordan's a fine hitter, but you know, I don't mind taking Jordan.
No, I think Woodruff is probably the right thing to do. It is hard to find starters in this.
All right, we'll go Woodruff. Corbin Carroll went up another 5 points. It looks like.
Yeah, he's had a good season.
And
he's
actually,
still not a very
I really
good
don't
card,
understand the overall for that card.
Well, I mean, it's pretty reflective of his actual performance, but not of the
No,
card ratings.
I'm saying for the rating.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
understand
Yeah.
the.
I don't either.
Probably Altuve
Guess.
is just our best second base option, right?
Yeah, probably. I still think I would rather have Franco, but
Well, if we
yeah,
get them
Altuve's
both,
fine.
all right.
we're not going to get a Franco. But okay, on to the goals now. I don't quite know why the live drafts are 2 gold, 4 silver, and every other draft is 3 gold, 3 silver.
Maybe it's just because there
feels like-
are fewer golds available or something, and
Maybe it feels like there are enough, but oh man, Nightbot is not happy again.
what did Nightbot do?
EVC tried to post a helpful link and it nixed it.
Click to show.
Nightbot is very aggressive.
I thought we tamed Nightbot the other day. Apparently not. Oh, so the gold right fielder my model now likes is Jack Sawinski, which is a card I hadn't looked at all.
Yeah, I have Swinsky up fairly high. I have this Silver Marsh up basically at the top of gold outfielders for live.
Yeah, I could see that. Let's see. Devers has a good bat.
I think Devers I'm not so interested in, probably.
I think the glove's not enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't end up liking any of these actually.
I think Adolis Garcia has really good defense. That's something.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is he's got like the Ichiro bat.
No, as bad as not good. Definitely not good.
Might be better than
Yeah, I
Ichiro.
don't know.
Might be better than Ichiro. He's got power. Um,
I think we probably take him, and I don't know who else.
I think we
This is
might
not a
have to
great round.
take Garcia.
Yeah.
So I'm not super familiar with all the cards after the re-rates, but there's nothing I recognize as. You know what? I think it's Doval.
Is he actually good?
Well, it depends. Do left-handed batters exist?
Yes.
Then no.
Okay.
But if you had given me a different answer to that question.
Maybe it's either. I guess it is probably Devers or Austin Riley. I guess they're probably about the same.
I'm tempted to. What if we just take Doval and decide that left-handed batters might not exist?
All right. I'm pretty sure they will, but we can try it. I guess we haven't taken any so far.
We'll find out. Exactly. We haven't taken any. All right.
I like Riley Green actually. I think that was pretty decent outfielder.
So I've got Nootbaar as an excellent bat for gold.
Nootbaar is a good hitter, but he probably has to play first.
Could we stick him in right? Let me see.
I don't really want to do that. I think I'd rather take Green to play there. That's really ugly.
Could probably stick him in left.
We already have two outfielders, so this would be our third. I think we could. I'm fine with Nootbaar, but I want to play him at first if we're going to do that. And then probably Riley Green. I like Riley Green.
Yeah, Sale. I kind of want to talk myself into Sale because it's so hard to find starters in this format.
Is Sale any good though? Not really.
Well, that depends. Do right-handed batters exist?
Well, we can't say they both don't exist.
Okay, what if we take Sale and we run Doval for him as an opener?
We could try it, I guess. I don't know how much we're going to catch people in the draft, but yeah, I think I wrapped this right. We should wait for Silver and try to take Gonsolin and McKenzie. That feels like the right thing to do.
Yeah.
So I think
I wanted to find a way to make Sale work because we just need a pitcher.
Yeah, I like Nootbaar. I think Nootbaar and Green.
Actually, Alvarado. I mean, yeah, the pitcher BABIP's not good, but this is still actually a really good pitcher.
No, Alvarado's a decent pitcher, but I don't know. Taking a second reliever seems not great.
This one has reverse splits. By the way, my model has Riley Green as the 9th best catcher in Live Gold.
Fantastic. I do not have him as the 9th best catcher in Live Gold.
Just of the Live Golds, Yeah. So basically, like right behind the 8 catchers.
Oh, there are only 8. Oh, I'm assuming I'm including the Silvers and below also.
Oh no. Okay, we could also take Mullins, where you would at least get the glove.
I think Mullins can only play center.
No, he plays 3 positions.
Oh, he can. Okay, then that's fine too. I think I prefer Green, but I don't mind Mullins either. I think either Mullins or Green is fine.
All right. Well, we'll try it.
That's not great.
Okay.
Rayleigh's a decent reliever.
So I thought the plan was that we were gonna take like Gonsolin here.
That was the plan. We have 3 rounds to go, though.
That's true. Okay. All right. Well, we'll take him next round.
Yeah.
I
mean, Brooks Raley's a pretty decent reliever for a Live Silver, and Gleyber Torres is probably okay. He was okay before the re-rate.
Yeah, it looks
no,
Model doesn't
so
like
much.
him after the re-rate.
No. Oh, no, it wasn't. I was thinking of Peraza, not Torres. Peraza's still decent. Yeah, I think it's Rayleigh and someone.
Can we just take De La Cruz and like cover up the first name?
I think it would actually be better than the other one. As ridiculous as that is. Uh, how good are the Sonny Gray and All Decent? No. Okay.
No.
You have no other starters, right? So
I've got Sonny Gray as the 15th best silver starter. So if we're desperate,
could be worse.
Given that we're
Maybe
desperate, maybe given that we're desperate, it's Sonny Gray.
Yeah, maybe Sonny Gray and Rayleigh. I like that.
Rayleigh's fine.
Yeah.
All right. I think we should take Gonsolin this round instead.
I like that.
Okay, actually, Christian Javier is
Javier. Yeah,
is
it's
great.
pretty good.
That's great.
Yeah, that's good.
And how about Cal
Happy with
Raleigh?
that.
I mean, it's.
Or is Logan Gilbert good after re-rate? He went up a bunch. No, he's still bad. Okay.
Not a great shape.
Yep. So yeah, probably Raleigh then. Actually, Bryson Stott is okay.
Actually, I've got Luzardo also as being.
Oh, you like Luzardo? If Luzardo you think is a good starter, then that's probably the thing to do.
Well.
No, he's not. I don't like him that much.
Maybe go Cal.
Yeah, I think that's fine. How many catches have we seen? Only 5. Yeah, that
5.
makes sense. Okay, that seems good. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, but then we really do have to take Gonsolin.
It's okay. We still have another round. They're coming.
Well, we're not taking a starter this round.
No, we're not.
We're just bad at drafting. Is really the
Yeah,
issue
that's
here.
the problem. Can we? O'Neal Cruz probably bad.
Tom Murphy is like perfectly fine if we just need to fill a catcher slot.
Yeah, it's a second catcher. We could take Edmund. Edmund plays every position, probably.
He doesn't really play them well, though.
Yeah, it's okay. You can stand. You can stand around and play them.
Edmund and Murphy, you're thinking?
That seems okay. We can platoon Murphy and Raleigh.
All right.
Looks pretty decent.
But now we
have no pitching.
Now
we really need the
do
pitchers.
need to take.
They'll come in the next round. Okay, Darvish is really bad.
That's not a great shape. We may have to take him anyway.
I think we probably have to take him anyway. Do we have any other starters? We have Justin Steele.
Justin Steele.
Justin Steele's he's okay. Let's take him. That card doesn't look horrid.
Yeah, actually, I like that card. That one should be pretty playable. Do we still take Darvish? I think we probably do.
Probably, yes. Unless Eduardo Rodriguez is better.
It's close.
Whichever one of those is better, I don't know.
Let's see. Probably you. Probably still you.
I have about the same.
All right, we'll do this. But this round we're taking Gonsolin.
Yeah, this is Gonsolin. And we still can't find him.
No. Next round.
Next round. Okay, Domingo Germán I think is actually pretty decent. So let's take him.
Let me see. Oh yeah, that's some pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, I guess throwing perfect games does tend to help. Any other pitchers that are at all decent?
Does Greinke have any pitcher BABIP in this version? He did not pick up any. He just picked up control. It looks like.
Yeah, he already had plenty of that. We need a shortstop. I don't know. We have Edmund. We need a third baseman.
We still need a shortstop. Okay, we could take Creedler.
Oh, I didn't even notice him. Yeah, we should do that.
No, he's not. I mean, we don't have him yet.
Oh.
You know.
Oh yeah, we'll get him in the next round.
Next round, we should get him.
We'll pick all 3 of them in the next round.
Let's take Creedler and maybe Gallo, and then we'll.
Yeah.
Let's see, Birdie. Maybe Birdie is.
Yeah.
Grosson's for two
I don't like
positions.
I don't like any of these cards. I think I'd probably just take whichever of the relievers is the least bad.
How about Lorenzen?
Sure, that looks fine.
I mean, he's got 64 power. He might be our DH by the end of this.
Yeah. Sure, why not?
All right.
Okay. We got a bunch. We should probably. Okay, we need. Oh, we should shoot that. Never mind.
This didn't get better.
No.
Urquidy usually has PBABIP. Yeah, let's take Urquidy just for the PBABIP.
He has in the past.
Yeah, he still does.
Okay.
We need some infielders.
We definitely need. We have Joey Wendell. Is that card any good?
Not
really.
No.
But we probably have to take him anyway.
I mean that's the Ichiro shape.
Well, he doesn't have 106 outfield range, so that he should really get on
but
that.
Joey Wendell does have gap power.
So Ichiro has more gap power. I mean, it probably is him anyway.
How about How about we just take Isbell, and this is our last outfielder with a ton of glove and.
Okay, sure. It's probably a better card.
But this round, we're going to okay, J.P. Crawford actually can play short. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So fine. So Edmund plays third. That works, sort of, ish.
And I wish Fletcher had a bat.
Tim Mize is probably good if we face no righties.
Do righties exist?
Sure,
we can pretend they don't. All right, that sounds good. All right, last round. All right, Nick Allen. As much as there's no bat there, I will definitely take Nick Allen in this round.
Yeah, I think we need to. Do we have anyone else who can play first besides Nootbaar?
That's a good question. Isbell is allowed to stand at first base.
Okay, we should take someone who can play first base.
It's easy. Anyone can play first base. Batten?
Is Beatty good? Beatty was good in previous years. No. Sure, that looks fine.
Batten just plays everywhere.
Yeah, why not? And then how many pitchers we have? We have 11 already, so we probably want 2 more.
I wouldn't mind 2 more, yeah.
Sure, that card looks fine.
Wait, did we actually manage to get an iron round with nobody above 46?
We did.
Okay.
That is amazing.
I'm gonna just declare this right now. I'm inventing the perfect draft version of Pack Golf.
Yeah.
And this is a really good score for an iron round.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough to beat. This is.
Hold on. What have we got here for?
I mean, that's really amazing.
All right. This is actually
13, 14, 18, 19.
This is actually the stream highlight here.
Yeah, this is 34 total above 40.
34 out of 12 in a full iron round.
In a full iron, right? So this could be as high as 19, 10, 12 with 200.
Oh, hold on. We have 20 seconds, so.
We should probably take some people.
Dakota Hudson's fine. Does Alec Marsh have any BABIP? Alec Marsh, AJ Alexi, Simeon Woods Richardson's an okay 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go Marsh. All right, we'll go Marsh. But I think we have to have won our Pack Golf version, don't we?
Yeah, I think so. That is certainly the best.
I gotta post that in the perfect draft as a challenge.
Yeah.
That actually is really impressive. The more I think about it.
Yeah, that is.
We're
really
not winning
wild.
the draft or anything, but I still think that counts.
Oh, we won from that. We should get some reward for that.
That definitely counts as a stream highlight, I think. Like that's yeah. All right, I'm
It's
posting that in the main Discord.
that was a round that we had in a draft.
Why do we always have awful drafts on stream? Like,
I don't know. Just as we think, it couldn't possibly be worse than the last one where we had like 0 good cards in the entire draft. We did it. Somehow we did it.
ooh, we could play two-way Lorenzen.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Why not? Oh wow, it's playing our second catcher at DH. That's how you know it's bad.
All right, let's throw Lorenzen in there. Okay, he's allowed to two-way, but they still don't want him there.
Amazing. Why is it playing our second catcher at DH?
I don't. You know what? I'm just let just
We're
let
gonna
him
have
just
so
let him
many
go.
fatigue problems doing that.
Just let him go. There's enough problems with that you know. I don't think that's the one that's gonna kill us. I'll put it that way.
Probably not. Probably not. I think the lack of good cards may be a slightly bigger problem.
The lack of good cards might be a slightly bigger problem. Wait, see, in that we got the ability to do another draft. All right, should we do the 1922 also?
All right, why not?
It can't possibly go worse.
It can't go worse. 1922 at least is a format where you can get some pretty bad cards in the low rounds. They're pretty good cards in the low rounds. I mean.
All right. What's our game plan this time? Who are we drafting?
Oh boy, Robin Roberts.
Let's do it. First
I
round?
think that's the way to go. Sure, I take the Silver Round Roberts in the first round.
I would too, actually, in this. All right, here we go. 1922. Well, so it's not quite perfect for Greinke, but I don't completely hate it.
He's probably still pretty decent. At least he's not going to walk anybody.
Yeah, I think it's Greinke, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's Greinke.
All right. I guess we gotta take Giambi, don't we?
Yeah, it's the wrong era for him, but he's still probably the best card. He has no BABIP though. It's still the best
his
card.
no BABIP is still in the 70s. Like there are homers in 1922.
Yeah, it's true. If this was 1919, it would be a bit different story probably. But
I think it's still clearly Giambi though.
it's still Giambi, yeah. Yeah, the other cards are just. I mean, if we had a better.
So now
diamond,
we have an interesting decision. So one option is Incaviglia, who does have BABIP, and he's just like great for this format.
Yeah, he's a really good hitter, but he has to play. We have a DH, right? We need to make sure we have a DH because he cannot play the outfield in 1922.
DH. So then Giambi plays first. The other
okay.
The other is take Roy Face and decide we're going to actually run bullpen.
Could even take Jason Kendall actually.
I think Incaviglia's bat's just so good.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, all right. Well, here we go. So Willie Randolph is like perfect for the era.
Yep, I like that card. Could take
Doyle's
Dosa
not horrible, but there's nowhere to put him. I mean, so
yeah,
Stanton,
Doyle has like
Stanton definitely doesn't fit the era.
That's true. Yeah, I guess Sosa probably doesn't either.
It'd be the same
Those are
issue.
good cards,
yeah.
though. Yeah.
So again, Niedenfuhr is sort of an option.
Yeah, I don't. Such giant splits though.
Maybe it's Stanton anyway.
Whichever of Stanton or Sosa has better defense is probably the right one.
It's a close competition.
75.
51.
No, it's probably Stanton.
It's probably Stanton.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this Hannes is actually fine for the era.
Yeah, and actually, I think the Taylor might be decent too because he just has so much defense.
Yeah, I wish it's
I know he's no bad, but
it's the Ichiro bat again.
we could actually. Could we take Javier Narvaez the same bat basically? Taylor's better. Yeah, I think Taylor's fine. You need defense for this era, so
So you don't want to run Hojo?
no. We could pick Gold George Davis. Worst card in the game.
All right. Another set of interesting decisions.
Ooh, this is actually a really tough round.
I sort of want to take Clippard in
I do
case we
too.
decide to run a bullpen. I'm not sure we're going to run a bullpen, but just the possibility. The Lou is really solid.
The problem is we can't take him because we have to play Incaviglia at DH, and we already have Giambi.
Well, you can take him and run him as a backup, I guess, if he's good enough.
Yes, we could take Hoyles.
You could take Hoyles as well.
We could take Khalil Green and play Wagner at
Hoyles
third.
also doesn't fit the era.
No, we could take Khalil Green and play Wagner at third. That should work.
The thing is, Khalil Green doesn't fit the era so well either.
No, but it's better than Hoyles. I think. We could just take both Clippard and Braden Looper and commit to like a 2 starting pitcher thing.
I was thinking about that. Yeah, exactly. Asking we're about to take players with no eye is, I'm kind of tempted to say we just want to take Lou, and even if he's only going to play half the games in the end.
Will he even play half the games though? I mean, are we going to be willing to let Incaviglia back up left and right field?
Okay, how bad would it be to run Inky in left? Let's see.
Can we take Cesar Tovar and play him in left field? Does he play left field? He's a really good defense.
He has no eye.
But look what how much range he has.
Does have range. How bad would it be to play Inky in left?
In 1922, I think pretty bad. If this were modern, you could convince me. But 1922, that feels very risky.
Giambi's an awful first baseman anyway. So what if we... Yeah.
I think Lou is definitely the best card, but just I don't know if we can make him work.
Even if it's what if we just take Lou and he's like our first pinch hitter off the bench and...
I mean, we can try Inky in left. I guess we could do worse, but it feels like it's not going to go well to me.
All right. You convinced me. Okay, McDermott, it's just wrong for the era is the problem.
I think I would take Bill Hall probably. I know that it's the wrong era, but he has a lot of range.
He has 90 range.
Shortstop?
Yeah, he has 90 range. That's fine.
What does Pedrosa look like? I don't remember that card.
I mean, Woodward is also...
Woodward is pretty decent, but
but I think we'd rather go Hall.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Pedroso just doesn't quite fit the era.
No, okay, I just didn't know what he looked like.
Blyer would have been excellent if he had a little more pitcher BABIP.
Yeah.
How much do we hate Klondike Douglas here?
Not that much. I don't know that catchability is so important for this era. So that seems actually sort of decent.
All right, let's do it. We still need to find at least one starter, possibly two.
Yeah.
We have not found it in this round.
No, we have not. Okay, we have the actual worst card in the game.
Yeah,
here.
We could take Eddie Taubensee.
This Lewis Duel is a decent card, and it's a two-way. believe.
Okay, yeah, I think the two-way is less critical in
Yeah, probably. But it's a
like
pretty
in this
decent
era.
pitcher.
Yeah, let's go with Dula for sure. Um, Mr. Audit's definitely a fan of Inky in the outfield. Well, you'd
Okay.
play Inky in right, I suppose, on your no defense team.
He's playing center. Come on.
J.R. Richard has pitcher BABIP and like no control.
Nothing, yeah. That Jim Willoughby has a lot of control, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's probably better than Richard.
I don't think either would be run. Okay, how about this Pete Runnels? The shape is at least good.
Yeah, he plays a
I
couple
don't
positions.
quite know where
Okay.
to actually put him.
He's going to back up second base, but
All right,
I guess that's fine. We have a lot of
we
roster space.
really need a starter. We need a starter bad, and what
We should have asked
what we got was a starter, comma bad.
All right, we'll just get Dave McNally. It'll be fine.
All right.
Yeah, Elwood Melton plays every position,
I
so
think
that's fine.
It's probably Melton and maybe Poindexter. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I actually know
Jim
that
Harden.
Jim
Jim
Ta-
Harden is. I'm tempted to take Jim Harden as a like. If we get stuck, I'd rather run him at starter.
We could also that Candy Jim Taylor's a decent card also.
You like Candy or Albert better?
I think Candy. I don't know we only actually maybe we need him for an outfielder. Maybe Albert's better.
Well, Candy plays a little bit left.
Not
and
really.
Right.
I think probably Melton is better. But you could take Ray Sanchez, but we don't really have a place to play him.
No, yeah, I think Candy's a little better combination than.
Okay, I'm fine with either one of those.
Yeah, let's go Candy, and then you like the idea of Harden just as a backup.
Yeah,
plan?
I don't mind Harden as kind of a hedge pick. We have a lot of picks to play with,
But
we'll
take McNally.
Okay, Wilbur Wood is good.
We're definitely
sure
taking
take
Wilbur
Wilbur
Wood. Now, is there any era where you don't take Joey Gallo?
Yes, but I don't know that it's this one.
Okay,
He's probably still okay
actually,
in this era.
you know what? I've got to make a pitch for.
Oh, Slick. Yeah, we should take Slick Castleman. Slick Castleman's
I
actually.
think I've got to
probably
make a
pretty
pitch for Slick Castleman.
No, he's actually probably pretty good for this thing.
Why do we always have awful drafts when we do these on stream?
Don't know.
Okay, Will McEnany's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as you know righties.
Well, I mean, I'm sort of starting to think we are going to run a bullpen now.
Yeah, we're probably running Greinke and Harden as two starters and then a bullpen.
Yeah. So then we.
You have to remember to go change the tournament when it fires.
There is that. So we'd probably maybe 2 + 6. So we'd like one more pitcher somewhere.
But I don't know that this is the place. They don't look like good pitchers.
We want Inky for bench clearing brawl control.
Maybe.
Just reading the chat.
We really could use an outfielder.
Yes. Well,
but they're all really
the problem
bad.
is none of these is really the outfielder we were trying to find.
These are all bad.
Technically, Bill Hall plays center.
That's true. Bill Hall does play center. I mean, I think Woody Held is the best card here.
Sure, we'll just take Held then. Let's do it. All right,
he doesn't really fit the roster at all.
That's okay. Okay, so
where are all the outfielders gone? Does Mickey Rivers have good defense? If so, we should take him.
Markham's fine. Oh, Finnegan has the huge pitcher BABIP, but less control.
Yeah.
I think Markham's a little better, maybe.
Probably.
Do you think
if
we
Mickey
should
Rivers has...
Well, do you think we should take a second catcher?
Oh, this is our last one? Then yes.
Yeah.
I missed that. Okay, we'll only have one choice then.
All right, let's just do this.
Sure.
That would have been kind of embarrassing if we actually forgot catchers on
Yeah.
stream, like both of us.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we actually got one as it turns out, so we got kind of lucky.
So see
got
that
two,
that would have
probably.
got two, yeah. So we could have
Yeah.
not taken the catcher, got everyone to laugh at us, and then
It was all planned.
exactly.
Okay, I guess I think.
Schumacher has a little pitcher BABIP.
Do we need more pitchers? Probably. Yeah, we want one more.
We wanted. Oh no, we have 2+6 actually.
Okay, I think this Wayne Comer's actually probably fine for this era because he has decent defense, as I recall.
Sure, we got 5 of them. So, let's see. Dexter's actually useful here.
Yeah, let's take him. He might actually even play catcher because we can play Douglas in the outfield someplace that we want.
Maybe Lofton.
Sure.
It's fine.
That looks fine.
What else do we need?
Anyone else who can play baseball? I think we pretty much have it covered at this point.
Yeah.
Usually the irons, these are sort of. Probably we just take Schumacher in case we have like a 30-inning game or something.
Sure. Go for Schumacher and Buck Ewing so we have a 4th catcher, or
Sure. Why not?
Norm Zockin looks like the best bat.
Yeah, probably. But we have like a ton of first basemen.
All right, Buck Ewing. There we go. 4 catchers. Always take an even number of catchers.
Yes, it's very important.
So what we're thinking here now is 3-man rotation, right? So we can show people how we do this. So we're running like 18 batters faced.
Can we start Wilbur Wood? I think he has stamina, right?
21.
Oh, it's a little low.
Like 1908, I would start Wilbur Wood.
And he's our third best pitcher. Oh, I guess we have Clipper too. Fourth best pitcher.
Slick Castleman.
Sure, Castleman is fine. There are no homers in 1922,
Is our second
right?
starter Castleman or Harden, actually?
I don't know. That's a good question.
It's probably Harden, but I sort of want it to be
Probably.
Castleman. I sort of want it to be Castleman.
Why not? Might as well. I don't think there's that different.
So we run the others like at 9 batters faced, right?
Yes. That's usually the idea. I mean, you're going to have to change this when it fires to 2 pitchers. But
Yeah.
or just not bother because it isn't winning anything.
Well, you never know if everyone else forgets to draft.
Always a possibility, I guess.
If everybody else forgets to draft and there's some kind of horrible bug, we might just be able to win something. So probably
One of those
we
two
run
things.
like Clipper and Wood as stoppers, like
Yeah, and probably-
Markham and Dula probably as long
Actually,
relief.
I kind of want to run Wood as a long reliever.
Wood is the long reliever, and then you run Dula as the other stopper, I guess.
Yeah, maybe even Dula as maybe only one stopper, and like McInerney as lefty specialist. If we can, oh, I guess.
I feel like you need 2 stoppers because you're gonna try to run them as like a 2 or 3 inning pitcher.
Yeah, but it's 1922. They can pitch a lot. But yeah, actually, it's probably better to have 2. Just to
We're
be
good
safe.
with this, and then we move Castleman to long relief when it fires.
Yeah.
And then we throw Dula in there.
Okay.
Whatever the auto
playing.
manager thinks is probably fine.
Well, it's not playing Bill Hall. That seems wrong, but whatever.
Yeah,
It's probably close enough.
no, I think it's probably Hannes at third. And
Yeah,
Hall
no, I
at
think that
short
is the way to do it.
is probably the way to
ideally.
do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. I think we can totally win. 1 round with this because somebody will forget to draft.
Sure.
Something like that. All right. One of these days we are going to have a good draft on stream, but it will not be this day. So.
Yeah, we keep saying that every time we say that, and it doesn't happen.
Hmm. Well,
No,
um,
if someone if someone out there wants to just slip us a couple nice cards in the next one. Uh,
well, okay. I will say though, we had a pretty spectacular golf pack.
that's true. It was the best golf draft pack I've ever had.
That
It's
that
also,
I
I
mean,
think,
that's
the first
like
one I've ever
not no,
noticed.
but that's like not even close to
No, that was an
I can't think
all-time
of I
level.
can't think of a close second. Uh,
Yeah,
but if but whoever like makes the jokes about streamer luck, I think
just direct them to that.
yeah. All right, is there someone we can raid into?
Um,
You know, I as usual, thanks to OTP at least for allowing the drops. It sounds like we're not quite able
yeah, mine are
to
not
get all the
working.
drops working, but that's not OTP's fault. That's a Twitch thing.
No,
So
it doesn't look like anyone is streaming at the moment. Um, so I guess not.
okay, I don't suppose anyone in chat was about to start a stream.
Oh, I guess the home run derby just started a bit ago, so that maybe people are not trying to compete with that.
It's funny to me. Do you see that as like a big event?
Not especially. It's the Josh Hamilton one at Yankee Stadium was great, but it's very hard for anything else to measure up to that. It feels like.
Yeah, I've never really kind of gotten into it. Just feels like batting practice to me.
No, the Josh Hamilton one, the Yankee Stadium Josh Hamilton one was really fun. That one was pretty cool because I mean he was hitting just the most. I mean he was hitting like the back wall of the right field facade.
I feel
But
yeah. I feel like the format they should go with if they want to just make it impressive, instead of like most home runs or something, it would be just something like longest home run you can hit in in a few minutes or whatever.
yeah, they have something like that, right? You get some extra time if you hit two really long ones or something. But yeah, it also seems like some of them are a bit anticlimactic because like the first guy hits only five or whatever, and then it's basically already over.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just it's never something I quite got into, I guess. But anyway, fair enough. So I guess we'll sort of stop the stream and not raid anybody then if no one's starting. All right, but we'll try to go through some new cards Friday, and we'll see if maybe the weekly ones are better as far as
Yeah,
like EV.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think we'll definitely find some that are and some that aren't. So.
Yeah, it'll probably be a mix. All right. Well, thanks a lot. As usual, fun having you on. So
Yeah, it was very good to get back on after missing last week.
and we've got our golf pack challenge for everyone in chat. So all
Yeah,
right.
that's a tough one.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye, everybody.